Cajun seasoned fries. Okay. Mildly spicy, but nothing that I can't bear. These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10.
Wages?
Can I get a French onion soup, please?
Under Idaho's current minimum wage.
I'm calling for backup. Give me a second.
If you've spent any time wandering through the weird corners of the internet, the ones full of lolcows, trolls, and people who should really log off, chances are you've stumbled upon the creature we're about to dissect today. Meet Nova Online, the internet's own personal cautionary tale. A man so painfully cringe that even his haters can't look away. Over the years, Nova's been exposed for some truly next-level depravity. We're talking about wearing diapers and entertaining underage girls on Discord with Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
How I wonder where you are, up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
You did so good.
Aww.
I love your singing voice.
And that is sadly not the only occurrence. Numerous leaks from his Discord reveal pretty wild, weird, and emotionally scarring messages like this one. His unhinged antics, unbearable personality, and endless degeneracy have earned him a very special kind of fandom, a loyal army of trolls who've practically made tormenting him a full-time job. Thanks to the dedication of his loyal trolls, Nova has been fired from his workplace, kicked out of his church, banned from karaoke bars, and raided on Discord more times than most of us have checked our email. Now, you'd think that after all this, any sane person would take a hint, maybe reflect, maybe disappear quietly, maybe touch some grass, but not Nova. Now, Nova has somehow managed to become worse. Despite countless bans and raids, he keeps crawling back to Discord like a moth to a particularly cursed flame. And according to recent leaks, he's still proudly living his diaper kink fantasy. Some of the recently leaked pictures show him wearing what looks like baby clothes and sucking on a pacifier. If you're already disturbed, don't worry, that's just the appetizer. Today we're diving headfirst into the disgusting, chaotic, and almost unbelievable lore of one of the internet's most infamous lolcows, Nova Online. From his earliest antics to his most recent disasters, we're unpacking everything. So grab a drink, maybe a stress ball, and brace yourself, because this is gonna be one wildly uncomfortable ride. Nova Online, or Gabriel Gage, is a 21-year-old American social media personality who's been doing some pretty wild things on the internet since the lockdown. He began his online career with what he probably thought was a noble pursuit, posting food reviews on the most prestigious and intellectually stimulating video sharing app of all time, TikTok. In those early days, Gabriel mostly reviewed basic fast food items, rating them on a scale of 1 to 10 as if his opinion could revolutionize the culinary world. If you happened to stumble upon his content back then, you probably wouldn't have imagined him becoming famous, let alone transforming into one of the internet's most bizarre lolcow legends.
To you, this can't just look like an ordinary bag. But today, in our first food review of 2023, we are trying a very requested restaurant for the first time. And that restaurant is Five Guys. So when I normally try something for the first time, I get quite a bit of food, but I only got a burger and fries. The highlight is the burger, so let's try the fries with ketchup. Definitely made fresh. Even though they're traveled all the way from the valley, it's like, they are a little soggy, but they are really, really good. And I'll give these a 9 out of 10. Took my cardigan off because I was getting hot. Okay, bacon burger with every effing thing on it. Ah, it's falling apart. Burgers are juicy and it is really good. Will I try it again? F yeah.
Trying my followers' Buffalo Wild Wings orders. I'm trying 3 of your personal favorite flavors and a flavor that I recommend. So many of you requested this first flavor, and this is the garlic parm. Needs more garlic. Now another flavor that a lot of you requested is going to be the mango habanero. Let me just stand up my phone properly. Okay, mango habanero. Damn flies. That's spicy. Another flavor a lot of you recommended was Asian Zing, which is my personal favorite. A little sweet, a little spicy. Perfect combo. Another flavor that I recommend, it might be a little bit unorthodox, but I got the teriyaki. That salty is what you need to cut through the spicy. I'm going to go ahead and enjoy the rest of my wings now. All these flavors you recommended were absolutely amazing. Novine Universe, signing off.
His videos were painfully mediocre, the production quality was non-existent, and his on-camera presence had all the energy of a wet paper towel. There was absolutely nothing remarkable about him. But as it turns out, fate had other far more cursed plans for Gabriel Gage. After joining TikTok in 2020, Gabriel kept posting for months without any real traction, until one fateful day when he uploaded something so weirdly explosive that the internet simply couldn't look away. That brings us to the infamous Wingstop review. Before we say anything else, we think you should probably watch it first.
Trying Wingstop for the first time. Cajun seasoned fries. Okay. Mildly spicy, but nothing that I can't bear. These are actually pretty decent. 8 out of 10. Mango habanero wings. Oh, wow. Okay, these are very, very spicy. Oh, wow. They're very spicy, but they're still pretty good. 7 out of 10. Dr. Pepper. Oh, it slaps. 10 out of 10. Lemon pepper wings. Lemon pepper wings are absolutely stunning. They're amazing. 9 out of 10. Garlic parmesan tenders. Really good. 8 out of 10.
Now if you're sitting there thinking, that's it, you're not alone. The video didn't go viral because it was good. It went viral because there was something off about Nova. Something so awkward and unsettling that the internet collectively tilted its head and said, what on earth is this? And as we all know, the internet absolutely lives for weirdness. After that video, people agreed that Nova wasn't just another TikToker. He was a specimen. Someone worth documenting, observing, and frankly mocking. And in a weird way, he didn't disappoint. After his first Wingstop review went viral, he realized that he could easily gain traction by carrying on whatever nonsense he was doing, and kept posting weird, extremely annoying food reviews and TikToks. After some time, we got another banger from him, the Monster Review. This review is particularly interesting because he apparently shot it at his church and unknowingly doxed it during the video. And spoiler alert, this wouldn't be the last time he unintentionally revealed his own location. It was just the beginning of a long, cringe-filled pattern of self-doxing disasters.
Trying Ultra Sunrise Monster Energy, and if you're wondering why I'm not at home, I'm at my church for Bible camp. We're just waiting to board a bus to go to Cusick. So, we're trying Ultra Sunrise Monster Energy in the morning before we go. It's 7:46 a.m. First impressions. Smells like orange juice. Alright, cheers. And that's kind of what it tastes like. Like, this tastes like orange juice with a hint of tangerine. It's actually pretty good. I'll give it an 8 out of 10, just because it's not as good as Ultra Blue. Anyways, download use code WIZARD for 2 times running buzz, because you might not see me.
At this point, Nova was already starting to get some real attention online. In just a few months, he had managed to rack up over 300,000 followers, a pretty impressive feat for someone whose main talent was making people feel uncomfortable. He was continuously posting very bizarre videos on his TikTok that were surely getting him the kind of attention he wanted. People were particularly mocking him for his typical Discord mod appearance, and he was wholeheartedly giving people even more reason to laugh at him by posting content like this. It was around this time that local media featuring him selling French onion soup, and that was another thing that made him go viral and become the subject of new online memes.
My employees to have a livable wages.
Can I get a French onion soup, please?
Under Idaho's current minimum wage.
Despite the growing mockery over his awkward speaking style and painfully mediocre content, nothing truly disastrous had hit Nova's life yet. Sure, he was the internet's new chew toy, but in his mind that probably counted as fame. People were actively trolling him for his appearance, but it was quite evident that he was least bothered. People watching at this point saw Nova as just another internet gone case, the kind of fleeting oddity that trends for a few months and gets memed to death and then quietly disappears into digital irrelevance. Everyone assumed his 15 minutes were almost up, but of course that didn't happen. Instead, what came next was something far more chaotic, an event that would cement his place in lolcow history, the Discord disaster. As Nova started gaining traction on TikTok, he began adding Discord server links under his videos. What most people didn't know at the time was that Nova wasn't just using Discord, he was practically living there. He spent hours in multiple servers, oversharing the most intimate and unnecessary details of his life, as if the internet was his personal diary and privacy was just a myth. But as Nova's fame grew, so did his army of trolls. At first, people mocked him for his awkwardness, his strange speech patterns, and his general walking red flag energy. But over time, some began to suspect that there was something much darker going on beneath all that weirdness. So naturally, the curious ones joined his Discord server, partly to make fun of him, and partly to see just how deep the rabbit hole went. And oh, they found something all right. Something so bizarre, so disgusting, that it completely shifted public opinion about Nova online. Upon digging through his messages, people discovered that Nova was an active member of several ABDL servers, short for Adult Baby Diaper Lovers. These are adults who wear diapers not for medical reasons, but as part of a kink or fetish. But as bad as that sounds, it was nothing compared to what people uncovered next, because the real Discord disaster was only getting started. So Nova was part of these Discord servers where grown adults gathered to talk about diapers. Some of the leaked messages from these servers were truly mind-blowing. For instance, there's one where Nova passionately expresses his desire for a, quote, messy diaper, and another where he casually mentions waking up in the middle of the night wet. But sadly, and somehow unbelievably, that wasn't even the worst part. Whoever leaked these screenshots soon discovered that Nova wasn't just a sad, lonely adult with a diaper fetish, but he was also a certified internet creep with behavior that crossed into straight-up predatory territory. Some of the leaked Discord video chats show him talking to a 14-year-old girl and singing her a lullaby. Before we play that clip, brace yourselves, because the energy he gives off in this video is less awkward internet guy and more the villain in a low-budget true crime documentary.
Don't be surprised if I fall asleep on call again.
I won't be surprised.
But as you said, I've been looking cute when I sleep.
Yeah. And moonshine is just an amazing addition.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder where you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
Unfortunately, that is truly not the end of it. In another short video, you can see him literally showing his diaper to the same girl. On top of that, a voice chat also surfaced where he can be heard asking a minor some deeply inappropriate questions.
But how often do you masturbate?
Along with these videos and chats, some other screenshots of him talking to a Discord bot about age play and sharing his diaper fantasies with people on the platform also surfaced. When all of this exploded online, the trolls who were already on Nova's case went absolutely feral. They confronted him directly, expecting some kind of apology or acknowledgement, but Nova, he didn't appear bothered at all. According to him, everyone was just blowing things out of proportion and mistaking him for a pedophile. In his opinion, showing his adult diaper to a minor was not predatory at all. He also tried to excuse his behavior by saying that these minors were being toward him. Poor misunderstood Nova. At one point, Nova was even spotted on a Discord server trying to compile evidence to prove he wasn't a creepy, deranged pedophile, because apparently nothing screams innocence like obsessively building your own legal defense in a chat room full of strangers. In one particularly delusional message, Nova claimed that the police would have to catch him in the act of violating a minor to arrest him. According to his logic, as long as he didn't get physically caught, he was in the clear. This screenshot alone shows just how self-aware Nova really was. He used to argue that his actions stemmed from age regression and various mental illnesses, but moments like this make it painfully obvious that he knew exactly what he was doing. And let's be honest, mental illness is not and never will be a free pass for predatory behavior, especially when you're fully aware of the harm you're causing. Once commentary channels caught wind of his Discord leaks, the story exploded. One creator, Underflow, even discovered that 90% of the accounts Nova followed on TikTok were minors, some literally a decade younger than him.
Nova followed a multitude of underage children, boys and girls, and people who suck on binkies, people who are so young, it's insane. People that I would consider to be anywhere from 3 years younger than him by 10. He follows them on his very own public TikTok of his.
And if that wasn't damning enough, more leaked messages showed Nova defending a man who had allegedly abused a 5-year-old girl. He actually said he didn't believe in the once a pedo, always a pedo ideology. We're pretty sure that at this instance he was defending himself more than the sick individual in question. Speaking of defending himself, Nova's initial response to all these allegations was that he wore diapers and had a strange obsession with baby clothes because he suffered from age regression, which according to him was a response to some kind of trauma. Google describes age regression like this. Age regression is the temporary reversion to a younger state of mind, marked by behaviors, emotions, and thought patterns characteristic of an earlier age. It can be an unconscious coping mechanism for stress or trauma, or a voluntary practice for comfort or therapeutic purposes. So is age regression in any way? Well, not at all. It's generally considered a coping mechanism for stress or trauma, nothing inherently about it. The kind of behavior we've seen from Nova, however, lines up far more with a diaper fetish or kink than with any innocent coping mechanism. And honestly, there's no shortage of evidence to back that up. The Discord leaks show Nova openly admitting that he has a diaper kink. Not only that, but in one of those servers, he even wrote that it wasn't his fault he was attracted to minors. All of these revelations, combined with Nova's breathtaking lack of remorse, snowballed into a full-blown internet hate campaign. At this point, people didn't just dislike Nova, they wanted him permanently deleted from the internet. And while they couldn't convince the platforms to suspend his account, they did manage to hit him where it hurt. They contacted his church and got him kicked out. Yes, the same church where he shot the now infamous Orange Monster video. Someone, likely one of his dedicated online critics, decided to inform the church management about Nova's online escapades. And well, let's just say the church wasn't thrilled at all. As a result, they banned him from entering the premises. Now, for most people, that might have been a much-needed wake-up call. But Nova took it as a personal attack from the universe. The second he found out he was banned, he rushed online, absolutely seething, and started screaming his lungs out on livestream. He also repeatedly claimed that all the evidence against him was apparently photoshopped. And of course, that meltdown was pure gold for the trolls. They'd been waiting for this kind of emotional outburst, and Nova delivered.
Hating on small TikTokers, just trying to be fun, but all you want to do is falsely accuse them of crap they never did. Y'all are being legitimate assholes. Have you ever seen an episode of Darman? You would know to not be an asshole to people you don't know nothing about. Don't judge people before you get to know them. Proof my ass, it's all photoshopped. It's been proven. You're in timeout for like 5 minutes. Then I'll turn back on speaking privileges. Maybe. Now you better effing behave. You guys need to get a job instead of wasting your fat asses on small TikTokers. Those are clearly effing photoshopped. And if I can, I'll get my effing lawyers into this. You guys have no effing father. This is you, and this hand is me. Ah! I'm at my breaking point. You're effing trolls who have nothing else better to do! You guys have anything else better to do than sit down on your fat asses and eat your fucking universe!
After that stream, things spiraled fast. Big commentary channels like Kiwi Tapes and Smokey McSee jumped on the story, dissecting his Discord leaks and cementing his reputation as the internet's latest train wreck. To make matters worse, Nova's longtime trolls leveled up their efforts. They created TikTok pages solely dedicated to mocking him. Some, like Scoldger and most notably Liquid Nova, are still going strong, posting edits and memes about him. Ironically, these trolling accounts now pull more views and engagement than Nova's actual pages. The whole Discord incident happened in mid-2022, and by November, Nova's Discord server was already raided and taken down. This literally marked the start of trolls hacking into his accounts, raiding his Discord, and doxing his existence. A week after the raid, the server was completely deleted. At this point, Nova decided to lie low for a bit. We don't really know why. Maybe he finally realized he'd made himself the internet's favorite clown. Or maybe he just needed a breather from all the chaos he created. Whatever the reason, for a short while, he actually gave the internet a much-needed break from his non-stop degeneracy. But of course, the trolls who had made it their personal mission to keep tabs on him were far from done. Before we move any further, we need to meet a very important character in this whole saga. The man who basically turned Nova's online life into a living nightmare. His name was Scoldger, and he was the mastermind behind most of the major Discord leaks during that time. He's also the same guy who contacted Nova's church and got him banned. He even created an entire TikTok account dedicated solely to posting Nova's degeneracy for the world to see. So yeah, calling him Nova's biggest hater would honestly be an understatement. Around the time Nova took his little internet sabbatical, Scoldger decided to do some more digging. He hopped onto Reddit, probably just expecting to find some harmless weirdness, but instead stumbled across something far more damaging. On January 23, 2023, Scoldger posted a TikTok featuring a series of screenshots that showed Nova being wildly inappropriate on a subreddit related to age regression. In those posts, Nova was asking for tips on how he could regress more often, and even if someone would be willing to act as his caretaker. We'd like to remind you once again that age regression is very different from having a diaper kink. Despite claiming that he has age regression, we are highly convinced that he has a kink. And the fact that he willingly posts his pictures in diapers on Reddit marked NSFW does not help his case at all.
Uh-oh, that sounds like pedophilia.
Around the same time, one of Nova's former classmates also came forward on Twitter, accusing him of some pretty disturbing stuff. Although she didn't reveal her identity, she mentioned that she and Nova were in the choir together back in school. According to her, Nova was that creepy guy who constantly made inappropriate comments about girls' bodies and appearances, making everyone around him deeply uncomfortable. Here's what she wrote. In middle school, Nova and I were in choir together. He and I had multiple classes together too, all the way up until high school. I didn't want to be around him. He made me uncomfortable, but everyone told me I was being dramatic. He made awkward comments towards all the girls in our classes. Things like commenting on our bodies, rating us on looks, and talking about his crushes he had on every girl he talked to. People told me it wasn't a big deal. She also said that when she reported this to the teachers, they said that he was autistic and really couldn't control his behavior. She even claimed that the teacher, in fact, used to egg him on. Furthermore, she revealed that when she was 12, Nova sang a very explicit song and dedicated it to her. While this may sound like an average teenage guy, looking at his behavior in recent days, it makes a whole lot of sense. However, we don't really know for sure if this person was actually Nova's classmate or not, given that she didn't really provide a name and Nova never really reacted to these tweets. Regardless, it still paints a very interesting picture, one that is very consistent with Nova's behavior right now. After this, Nova went into what we can only describe as a brief period of hibernation. His old Discord was deleted, his content had become painfully repetitive, and the endless drama that once surrounded him was finally starting to die down. For a moment, it almost felt like peace, but of course that couldn't last. Nova needed attention like plants need sunlight, and since his clout was fading fast, he clearly needed something big to make himself relevant again. So what did our resident genius do? He decided to make his infamous Wingstop review, and believe it or not, this version managed to be even cringier than the original. With this remake, Nova was clearly hoping for a quiet little comeback. Maybe rebuild his image, start fresh, and pretend the diaper saga never happened. But as we all know, the internet never forgets, especially when it comes to people with a track record like his. By now, Nova's viewership was at an all-time low. He was desperately trying to claw his way back into the spotlight, but nothing was sticking. That's when he decided to introduce a brand new plot twist to his dying online career: gym videos. And while this new chapter did catch some attention, it still wasn't the grand redemption arc Nova was hoping for. But soon, something new and predictably chaotic was about to unfold in Nova's life. At the beginning of 2023, a brand new character entered the scene, one who would drag Nova right back into online infamy. This new addition was a guy named Hiroshima, an eccentric YouTuber who ran an anime channel called Black the Anime. And to be completely honest, this guy was no upgrade. He was just as unhinged as Nova himself. To give you some context, Hiroshima wasn't exactly an unknown name on the internet. He actually went viral a few years ago during the infamous Logan Paul controversy, and not for a good reason. Now, if you're somehow unaware, Logan Paul is a famous yet notoriously controversial influencer who was canceled by the entire internet back in 2017 for doing something incredibly tone-deaf. During a trip to Japan, he decided to visit the Akagara Forest, a place tragically known as a suicide hotspot. But instead of treating the situation with sensitivity, he filmed himself discovering the body of an apparent suicide victim and then uploaded that footage to YouTube. The internet collectively exploded, calling him out for being inhuman and insensitive. And here's where Hiroshima comes in. This dude went viral for saying that the person Logan Paul found was lucky to be featured in one of his vlogs.
If I'm a Japanese maverick, I deserve to have a platform. And the guy who died should be lucky to be in Logan Paul's vlogs. I'd do anything, even that, to be in Logan Paul's vlogs, because you get recognized by a lot of people, millions of people. And
from this clip alone, you can already tell just how insane and problematic this guy really is. In the following years, Hiroshima went all in on his dream of becoming a YouTuber, dropping out of college to follow the footsteps of his idols, Logan Paul and Mr. Beast. So in his own very questionable way, he decided to make his big break by launching an anime series. The anime was titled Black the Anime, and to put it lightly, it was unbelievably racist, offensive, and just downright awful. The animation was crude, the writing made zero sense, and the stereotypes were so bad that people immediately called him out. Here's a glimpse of the anime to ruin your day.
Aren't you going to tell me to stop? Don't think I won't do it. I've already messed up my life.
Are you talking to me?
Everyone knows I've said that word.
I have to go to class, weirdo.
The backlash over the project was so huge that Hiroshima was practically forced to post an apology video. But even in that apology, it was painfully obvious that he wasn't sorry at all. In fact, he seemed weirdly proud of his creation, because instead of stopping, he kept releasing episode after episode of the same offensive mess. Fast forward to 2023, and Hiroshima decided to take his chaos to a whole new level. He came up with an idea to collaborate with some of the internet's most infamous lolcows and feature them in his next anime project. And of course, one of the first people he reached out to was none other than Nova. Reportedly, Nova wasn't just offered a lead role, he was also given some creative control over the project. Around the same time, Hiroshima released the trailer for his new series, Ohio the Anime, and it instantly went viral. The trailer teased appearances from some of the most controversial online figures, including EDP-445, and Hiroshima hyped it up non-stop. He even claimed the production budget exceeded $2 million, which, let's be honest, was a complete lie.
Nobody believes in you. You've lost again and again and again. The lights are cut off, but you're still looking at your dream, reviewing it every day and saying to yourself, it's not over until I win.
Ohio the Anime is real.
Listen, Ohio the Anime is real.
Ohio the Anime is real.
Ohio the Anime, it's real!
And Ohio the Anime is real.
So all that hype and big talk definitely got people curious, and naturally the internet went full detective mode. It didn't take long before the truth came out. Ohio the Anime was nothing but a total and complete scam. A creator on TikTok posted a video exposing the whole thing, revealing that people actually had to pay to voice act in Hiroshima's so-called anime project. According to this creator, after joining the official Ohio the Anime Discord server, he discovered that they were running an entire subscription-based pay-to-participate system. For just $10, you could earn yourself a minor voice role. But if you wanted to be a main character, you had to cough up around $30 to $40. Basically, they were taking money from hopeful participants, having them record their lines, and then doing absolutely nothing with them. The production never moved forward. That's why the internet kept seeing endless trailers, flashy promotional clips, and updates. But no real anime ever came out for months.
It's a scam. Ohio the Anime is a scam. Let me show you. Nearly all the videos on this TikTok account have the same sentiment in the description. Join the Discord server. Be a voice actor. I joined the Discord server, and the first thing I see is server subscriptions. And for a measly $10 a month, you can be a side character. Oh, you don't want to be a side character. Gotcha. Completely understandable. For $30 a month, you can be a main character. I am not a professional voice actor by any metric, but I can tell you this. I've voice acted long enough to know that this stuff never happens. You don't pay to get a role. What about the auditioning process? And if you check their most recent videos on their platform, apparently they've been firing some of their voice actors. Yeah, some of the voice actors have been let go. Cool. They got their money back, right?
At this point, many people began to suspect that Nova himself might have paid to snag a main character role in the series, and as time went on, even more ugly truths about this project started surfacing. In March 2023, Nova uploaded a video claiming that Ohio the Anime had been officially cancelled. In that same video, he completely exposed the project, saying the team behind it was actively scamming participants, taking their money and never reaching out for additional roles or production updates. He also claimed that EDP was never going to be part of the anime, despite the trailer depicting him as some sort of main character.
And I was in. I got my own character design and everything. I got some lines to do. I was being paid and all that. But what I didn't know is that behind the scenes, Lassen was scamming people. So, for example, obviously I did know about the charging people and all that. But what I didn't know is that he wasn't even contacting the people who were paying for parts in the anime. Which is crazy. And also behind the scenes, he was using other celebrities. For example, Skitsy, he was using him to promote the entire anime. If you didn't know, Skitsy was that guy that does the Mr. Beast bit with the meme and all that. So used him. And also, may I mention that EDP was never a part of the anime. Frickin' pedophile.
Do you know what the highlight of this clip is? It's the sheer irony. Nova straight up called EDP a pedophile and a creep, completely forgetting that he's been accused of the exact same thing. Like, hello? The lack of self-awareness is almost impressive at this point. In the same video, Nova explained that the reason he left the Ohio anime wasn't because of the scamming or false promotion, but because he got into a heated argument with one of the mods in the project's Discord server. According to him, the mods were toxic, and after the verbal spat, they ended up banning him. After his dramatic exit, Nova claimed he later discovered that Hiroshima was also scamming other people on the team, promising them payment, only to send half the amount and then block them.
That morning, I got into a big argument with a member. I banned him for abusing mod and his alt. Shino unbanned him and his alt, gave them a mod role higher than my own so that they could ban me for doing my frickin' mod job, to be honest, and banned me for no frickin' reason. That's it. And not to mention that this was not the first time that it had happened. I had banned people for doxing me. I had banned people.
He looked visibly upset while talking about everything, trying to frame himself as some sort of innocent victim of injustice and betrayal. And honestly, if this had happened to literally anyone else, maybe we'd feel a little bad. But Nova, the same guy who's been parading around the internet in diapers and posting NSFW content under the guise of age regression, yeah, no sympathy here. If anything, this was just poetic justice, a scammer getting scammed. After this, he uploaded a couple more videos on TikTok, trying to expose Hiroshima even further. But if we're being honest, even these dramatic sob stories didn't get him the kind of attention he was clearly hoping for. I mean, his big expose about Ohio the anime has barely 11,000 views, and that's after 2 whole years. What's worse is that despite all the accusations and chaos, Hiroshima actually went ahead and released the first episode of the Ohio the anime. And there's really only one way to describe it: absolute crap. The production quality was tragic, the story was non-existent, and the overall execution was so bizarre that the internet didn't even know whether to laugh or cry. Thankfully, at some point, reality must have hit Hiroshima in the face, because he never released another one of those painfully cringeworthy episodes. The entire fiasco just fizzled out into internet oblivion. And honestly, that was a mercy for everyone involved. But just when things seemed to calm down, another much more chaotic chapter in Nova's life was about to begin. We can't dive deep into the lore of Nova Online without mentioning Tofia, or as the internet knows her, Tofiachu. Now, if you're new to the chaotic world of lolcows and have no idea who this creature is, let's give you a quick crash course so you can fully grasp what's about to unfold. Tofia is another lolcow of Mexican descent who, much like Nova, is infamous for her completely unhinged online behavior. She first started gaining attention with her so-called Mafia Boss Daughter videos, where she pretended to be the child of some powerful crime lord. The videos were, to put it lightly, painfully bizarre and cringe. But as time went on, things took a much darker turn. Her online antics grew increasingly disturbing, even crossing into what many described as predatory or pedophilic behavior. On top of that, she's been accused of everything from animal neglect and racism to homophobia and scamming her followers out of money. Combine all that with her strange obsessive fixation on Asian men, and you've got yourself one of the internet's most infamous train wrecks.
She was 100% hurting that cat. You guys need to see the deep dive I did about this person, the other things that she's done. The link is like right here at the bottom here.
Call me a beaner like so. Excuse me. Not slow, because we're talking about 2 people, you retard.
Nigga. What are you gonna do about it?
What the f do you want?
Mom, don't
be calling my phone, retarded.
Mom, don't use that word. Stop.
Tofia is a File obese.
Mom, I don't want to hear that. Please stop.
Yeah, Rachel.
What about this, Pete? What about this?
Ugh.
No? Okay. What about this?
Oh, so you think you can show up and everything's just over? No, I'm still mad.
Now, you might be wondering what this has to do with Nova Online. Well, the two actually got into a very aggressive and frankly hilarious feud. Nova is practically Tofia's arch nemesis. She came up so often during his live streams that fans of both sides started ironically shipping them together. This feud reportedly began sometime in October 2022 when an old video of Nova resurfaced. In it, he was trying to act incredibly woke, calling out Tofia for her racist comments and homophobic remarks. He even addressed her directly in the video, lecturing her about how her hateful behavior wasn't acceptable, which is ironic, considering his own track record wasn't exactly spotless.
This is a message to Tofia. Guys, if you don't know who Tofia is, she is a TikToker that has a little less followers than me, but we pretty much make similar content in a sort of way. Guys, Tofia is racist towards Mexicans, and she says horrible stuff about Asians. And Tofia, if you're watching this, I'm calling you out. This is not right. What you are doing is completely wrong, and everybody in this world should be equal. God said that all men are created equal, and therefore, we should all be equal. We should learn to get along in this world, and Tofia, you are not resembling that. So Tofia, if you're watching this, I cannot believe all the stuff that I have seen about you, and I'm sorry, but I am no longer a fan of yours.
While everything Nova said in that video was technically true, the call-out was insanely hypocritical coming from someone like him. Like, come on, dude, you just got exposed for some of the most disturbing stuff on the internet, and you're the one out here preaching about racism and morality? This is exactly the kind of absurdity that can only exist in the twisted, chaotic world of lolcows. Naturally, as soon as this video resurfaced, Tofia took notice, because why wouldn't she? Drama is practically her oxygen, just like Nova's. She went completely ballistic during one of her live streams, going on a full-blown rant about Nova's hypocrisy. According to her, Nova, being a white man, had no right to call her racist, since she already belonged to a marginalized group. The logic was interesting, to say the least.
If we're gonna be real, if we're going to be honest, if we're going to be real, you are 19 following people 10 years younger than you were on TikTok. There's a whole video of you that's going viral on YouTube that someone sent me, right? You was on video call with a 14-year-old. You literally showed minors yourself wearing like a diaper. If we're going to be real, saying that you enjoy wearing diapers. I mean, to each their own. You suck on a binky. You do age regression, which I get some people say that it's a trauma thing, but not for him. Comes on the internet, scams people by not completing cameos, and then complains when someone leaves.
Unfortunately, she didn't stop there. She took things up a notch and started dragging Nova's uncle, Andrew Gage, into the mix. She accused him of being racist and transphobic, claiming that when people in Discord servers confronted Nova about it, he actually defended his uncle instead of condemning him. And now here he was, calling her racist.
And thinking that he dragged me. You didn't drag anyone. You should be dragging your uncle who's racist and also transphobic, because I remember the post that your uncle posted during that I found out during Black History Month, where he said, if people are offended by this, which was the Confederate flag, then I'm offended by this, which was a picture of a bunch of young black men standing together with their pants sagging and saying that he's offended by that. And it was a very racist post. And then come to find out, somebody in the Discord said that your uncle is also transphobic. And what did you do? You raged. You said nobody talks about, because you know this is Nova. He rages like he rages, right? He gets angry all the time, and so he's like, nobody talks about my uncle. Like, you don't mess with my uncle.
Just as a side note, Nova and his uncle actually have quite a wild and complicated history. He's mentioned him several times during live streams, and not exactly in the most respectful way, but we'll get into that mess later in the video. For now, let's stick to the Nova-Tofia feud. After Tofia went full attack mode on him, Nova, being the creative genius that he is, decided to clap back in the weirdest possible way. He made a Tofia-themed cocktail. And let's just say the video made absolutely no sense to anyone with functioning brain cells.
That is Welcome to a brand new episode of Fat BIH disease, aka type 3 diabetes. Alright, so we're gonna start off this mocktail with a little bit of disrespect towards Mama Chew and Brother Chew, a hint of racism and then saying it's not racist, a touch of framing on MG and I to cover up what she did, and a touch of this up here. Let's take a moment to admire that this looks exactly like swamp water. Alright, and there you have it, Tofia's potion that she has tried. Let's try it out. Cheers. I'm gonna regret this.
After this, their feud took a turn into downright bizarre territory. What started as your typical internet drama soon evolved into something so ridiculous it was almost performance art. Both of them were constantly calling each other out. But the funny part, they were accusing each other of the exact same things they had both been exposed for. So in trying to insult one another, they were basically just roasting themselves. Iconic behavior, really. Not long after the infamous cocktail video, Tofia posted a series of raging Instagram stories, claiming that some of Nova's diehard fans were threatening to travel all the way to Mexico to egg her window. She also accused Nova of being nasty toward her on Discord.
Oh, and listen up, Tofia. Me, Andy, Pleasant, Bree, and Jake, we're all on our way to New Mexico, and we're all gonna jump you. Okay, and then we're gonna steal Hershey from you, and then I'm gonna queef in Mama Chew's face. So yeah.
Then things escalated. Tofia decided to clap back in the most savage way possible by posting Nova's diaper videos on her stories and dragging him over the silly allegations that had been haunting him online. Naturally, this sent Nova into yet another spiral. He fired back with a new call-out video, calling Tofia a fat Discord mod with no life. According to him, at least he had a job as a chef, while she was jobless and surviving off scamming people online.
But hey, at least I'm not a 28-year-old fat who still lives with their parents and has no job and barely does anything with their lives but do TikTok lives all day. At least I have a job where I work as a prep chef at a local restaurant, and I'm actually making decent money off of it, and at least I'm not lounging around doing Discord mod fat stuff all day. Anyways, we're going live on Twitch in about 30 minutes.
Tofia was also not going to let that slide. She jumped on another live stream, this time armed with evidence. She claimed Nova had been commenting on her social media despite her having blocked him everywhere. She even said Nova had threatened to file a defamation lawsuit against her for reposting his diaper videos. Her response? She'd be more than happy to face him in court and tell the judge everything he'd done on Discord.
Went on that, when they went live on Twitch and they said, I hate you. I hate you, Tofia, and I hate Leslie too. Okay? Bro. If you hate me that much, why are you commenting in my comment section? Why are you commenting to me on Instagram? And why are you making accounts to comment to me on my TikTok? You hate me, right? I have him blocked. I don't have him unblocked. Nova. And someone saying, look at the animation, I saw it. Someone sent me the animation. If you're talking about the parody that I made and someone made an animation to it, I already saw that. Like, Nova was out here saying that he's gonna sue me for defamation. Bro, you can't sue someone for defamation if there's a whole video on you. You followed 9-year-olds on TikTok when you were 19. You followed people who did age regression and sucked on binkies. Respectfully, you sent videos, disrespectfully, actually not respectfully, disrespectfully, you sent videos to minors showing them that you wear diapers. And I don't want people to come at me because people tried to excuse him in the Discord. They tried to say that I'm shaming him because he could possibly have a disorder where he wears diapers, blah, blah, blah. People tried to, like, literally defend him on that when he literally said that he likes wearing diapers because it's some sort of kink. He said that he enjoys wearing them. He didn't say that he wears them because of some sort of disability. They also tried to use his disability in the Discord as an excuse to excuse him for his actions. Like, you know better than to not be talking to a 14-year-old. And I will gladly love to see you in court. That way, I can show the judge everything that you've done. And then they'll probably want to start a criminal investigation and look into you.
By the way, Nova did say he would file a defamation case against her, and the only reason he had not already done it was because he could not afford it.
Let me guess, she's talking about my Twitch stream? That's it. I should file a lawsuit, but I can't afford it. Hold on,
Honestly, at this point, their feud felt less like drama and more like a deranged internet sitcom. One thing Tofia mentioned during her rant that we haven't talked about yet was Nova's little side hustle, his Cameo scam. And yes, surprisingly, she wasn't lying about that part. Nova really was scamming people through Cameo. Before his feud with Tofia even began, Nova was already under fire for taking money from fans and completely failing to deliver the cameos they paid for. And here's the kicker, he was charging over $17 for a 30-second video. When he did deliver cameos, they were often so bad people couldn't even make out what he was saying. He'd forget to mention the person's name, act like he was tired, and the video quality was almost always atrocious. Imagine paying nearly $20 and getting a video where your name is replaced with awkward silence and background noise.
Hey, what's going on? Hey guys, we're at Nova Kadri, and I just want to say, one of your friends recently recommended me your YouTube channel, and I've just got to say, it's some pretty unique content. Like, obviously, I've seen some indie games on there, and a lot of indie games are actually pretty damn good, so I just wanted to say, keep up your good content. It is truly unique, and content creator to content creator, I can honestly say, I really hope you do make it big someday. Thank you for being a fan.
To make things worse, several buyers claimed they never received their videos at all. One TikToker even posted her experience, saying she ordered a cameo from Nova, and what she got was, well, let's just say not worth $17. She left a 1-star review on his Cameo page, and apparently that bruised Nova's ego. He messaged her afterward asking why she left such a bad rating, as if the answer wasn't obvious, and even offered to redo the video. But by then, the damage was already done. The internet had officially labeled him as a scammer, someone who gladly took people's money but couldn't even manage to deliver a half-decent product. And honestly, out of all the things Nova's been accused of, this might be the least shocking one yet. So until Fichu called him out for being a scammer, she actually wasn't wrong. At this point, their feud had turned into a competition over who could prove themselves to be the biggest disaster. It was less about morality and more about who could outdo the other in chaos. After this, the beef slowly fizzled out, mostly because there was no real point to it in the first place. Following her fiery livestream, Tofia decided to call it quits since she had way bigger problems to deal with, like being evicted from her residence. While they did throw a few minor jabs at each other afterward, there were no major blow-ups, which honestly was a relief for everyone watching. Then in April 2024, Nova actually posted a video proudly announcing that he and Tofia had finally resolved their feud. And while no one really knows why the drama started in the first place, at least it ended. And that in itself felt like a small miracle in the endless circus of online beefs. One thing that we found particularly interesting about this whole beef is the unexpected involvement of Sensitive Society. Now, if you have no idea who that is, Sensitive Society is another commentary YouTuber who covered Nova around the time his whole Discord scandal exploded. He's known for exposing and discussing internet drama. And yes, he also made a full video dissecting Nova online and his pedophilic behavior. What's weird and kind of hilarious is that Nova seems to always know what people are saying about him. It's like he has a sixth sense when it comes to detecting drama about himself online. Apart from his ongoing beefs with fellow locals, he somehow finds the time to pick fights with commentary creators who cover him, including Kiwi Tapes, Smokey MCC, and of course, Sensitive Society. Despite constantly labeling them as haters and painting them as villains, Nova also has a long history of talking to them. Like, he can't resist. He'll hate watch their videos, complain about them on Discord, and then in the next breath, reach out to them. So naturally, when the whole Tofia situation started spiraling out of control and she went full attack mode on him, guess who Nova decided to reach out to for help? Sensitive Society. Nova actually emailed him, asking for help to take down Tofia, claiming that she was spreading false information about him. Sensitive found this extremely strange, considering their rocky history.
And just for full transparency, I have replied to Nova. Hopefully we can get an interview. If you want an interview with Nova's online, make sure you subscribe and like. I'm gonna do everything I can to get Nova interviewed on this channel. Going back to the email.
You see, just a little while earlier, during the Cameo scandal, Sensitive had tried to test the waters himself. He reached out to Nova, sent him a wild message, and even paid him $30 for a cameo just to see if Nova would deliver. But of course, Nova being Nova didn't play along. Instead, he immediately replied with a defensive message like, "Do you think I don't know who you are?" Then he promptly refunded the money, which to be fair was probably the only decent thing he did in his entire story.
Hey Nova, my name is Sensitive Society and I'm looking for some motivation. I'm 24 years old and I'm scared to talk to girls. I'm not a chat. Let alone a jigga chat. So I was hoping to see if you could motivate me or give me some advice on how I can get the ladies. Also at the start, can you say subscribe to Sensitive Society and watching all of his videos, or else I have to get a real job selling tacos and I don't want to do that. Could you do a little dance for me? I'm feeling a little sad. Yes, looking back, I probably shouldn't have said I'm this person. I should have said I'm someone else. I thought I could get away with it, but apparently he's not that stupid. So, you know, I'll take the L here. And that is why he responded with, "You don't think I know you?" So then I replied, and then he completely ignores me. Then a few minutes later, he says, "Explain yourself." I said, "I just want my cameo, Nova." And this is the last message I got from him. "You don't think I know you?" I'm not taking this request. I did get my $31 back.
That should have been the end of their interaction, but with Nova, nothing ever ends where it should. Not long after that, Sensitive Society made another video exposing that Nova had been talking behind his back on his Discord server. According to Sensitive, Nova was telling his followers that Sensitive was pressuring him for an interview, and that he only wanted to milk him for views and money. Sensitive denied this, saying yes, he had reached out to Nova twice for an interview, but never pressured him or begged him for content. He even mocked how clueless Nova's supporters could be for believing whatever he said online.
Survive. If I never make another Nova video in my life, I'll still be successful. There's a million creeps out there who need to be exposed, which will be exposed. Many more to come. Subscribe so you don't miss that. I just wanted to give you a chance to defend yourself so you can deny or prove me wrong or prove the haters wrong, that you're not a freak and a predator. Like I said, back in April 8th, I said, I mean, it wouldn't be a gotcha interview. Maybe you can clear out the rumors about you, the stuff people are saying, etc. So ever since the beginning, my intentions have been clear. I'm not trying to get him. I'm not trying to make him look worse than he already looks. That's gonna be impossible to do. And then he says, "I just saw your video about me. I don't really like to do interviews." A month later, I hit him back and I say, "Hi there, wouldn't be live and I just want to ask you a few questions. Won't take too long. Just to clear a few things up and maybe give people more context, let me know. I think it'll be interesting to interview you and get your POV and maybe you can clear some stuff up." At this point, I was already done. Like, this was like my last time asking him. I know I seem like I'm desperate. No, but please give me an interview. Please give me an interview or else I'm gonna fall off. My mistake.
And here's where it gets even funnier. Just a few days after trash talking him on Discord, Nova apparently messaged Sensitive again as if nothing had happened. Sensitive, having learned his lesson by now, wisely ignored him.
Look bad because it's like, yeah, I'm desperate. And then everyone on that Discord, whenever they see my name or anything, they're gonna be, "Oh, yeah, that guy Sensitive, the guy who was trying to peer pressure Nova online to do the interview." So after people send me the screenshots of his Discord server, I say, "Actually, you know what? Forget it. It's not worth it, Nova. Have a good one." Then he responds and says, "Sensitive, I do have a question though, and I'm not going to respond to that." Just a very interesting.
Another interesting that happened around this time was that Nova's Discord server got raided again, and all the new attention his feud with Tofia brought him definitely didn't help his case. Instead of rebuilding his image or addressing the accusations in a mature way, Nova chose the most Nova way possible to handle it. He decided to clear his name name anonymously through another Discord channel. Yes, you heard that right. Instead of making a serious statement or addressing things publicly, he went behind the scenes, leaking a few random screenshots that supposedly proved that another user, Skulger, had framed him. And that was it. That was his entire defense. No coherent explanation, no evidence, just vague screenshots and a crappy article about age regression. If we're being totally honest, 2023 was an absolute train wreck for Nova when it came to clout and viewership. Just a year earlier, around mid-2022, he was practically a lolcow legend. His chaotic videos were pulling millions of views. Commentary channels couldn't stop talking about him, and his name was everywhere in the online gossip world. But by the end of 2023, that golden era was long gone. Nova wasn't just struggling, he was fighting for relevance with every ounce of internet energy he had left. Sure, his trolls were still around, doxing him, spamming his comments with hate, and dissecting his every move. But the hate watching only gets you so far. The actual numbers told a very different story. His viewership had dropped to an all-time low, and his videos were barely scraping a few thousand views. He did manage to spark a little chaos with his feud against Tofia, but even that quickly lost steam. What started off dramatic soon turned repetitive, dragged out, and honestly, just plain stupid. So for the rest of 2023, Nova was on a full-blown mission to make a grand comeback. He wanted to reclaim the fame he once had. Unfortunately for him, nothing was truly working out. He tried everything from nostalgia bait to total rebranding, and managed to fail spectacularly at each attempt. For instance, he tried remaking some of his old food review videos, the kind that originally gave him a bit of internet fame back in the day. But this time around, they just didn't hit the same. Alongside those, he also kept uploading a bunch of random, cringe-worthy TikToks that honestly left everyone second-hand embarrassed. It was like he was trying way too hard to look unhinged, clearly catering to the trolls who once made him viral in the first place. Despite his desperate efforts to act as deranged and chaotic as possible for shock value, Nova simply wasn't clicking anymore. The internet had already seen every side of his madness. Nothing about him was shocking or entertaining now. Nova kept pushing this new version of himself, hoping to somehow reignite the fame he once had. But all he managed to attract were trolls. His old audience had moved on, and the only people still engaging with his content were the ones waiting for him to slip up again. In a last-ditch effort to save his failing career, Nova turned to live streaming. And all these streams didn't exactly open any new doors for him, they did give us a few hilariously awkward moments to remember. He developed this strange habit of sitting in front of the camera with his signature sunken-in face and rambling about trolls, or about how people still believed that rumor that he was fired for poor hygiene. Then there were the times he'd completely lose it on stream, cursing out viewers, yelling at invisible trolls, and even doing bizarre, inappropriate things on camera.
I once ran into a troll at the bowling alley, and then another troll in Del Taco. The reason I think I ran into a troll in Del Taco is because they asked about Ohio the anime. It's never happening because the owner's a Kippen yogurt. Translation, chicken. I just called blasting a chicken in Dutch. Shitballs! Well, I actually have good hygiene. It just may not seem like it at first. I have not once been fired from a job for bad hygiene. Fungus can't say the same. My boss would have rejected me on the spot if she knew that I had bad hygiene from the way I looked. F*** you. What happened to equal opportunity employment? That's why she accepted me. You guys asked for it. F*** you and think about what you've done. all I've eaten today was a Costco hot dog and a Costco pizza. That is it.
I'm a fuckboy dirtbag piece of again, I lose friends and again I'm a mess. Okay, it's true and I confess. I'm a 5'4" man whore who slit his wrist. Yet 100,000 kids out there think I'm the shit.
I don't have a Rose toy. I don't do that.
And of course, no Nova stream was complete without him complaining about his uncle Andrew Gage, a name you'll definitely hear more about later. But for now, here's a small glimpse of one of his now infamous live stream meltdowns over his uncle.
God damn it! Motherfucker! Cocksucker!
Pretty wild, right? Now moving on, another incredibly weird thing Nova did during his streams was pretend he didn't know he was live. He'd point the camera at the ceiling, mumble or sing in the background, and then pop up saying, "Oops, I accidentally started the live." Come on, Nova. Nobody was buying that. It was just another painfully dumb attempt at being mysterious and funny.
Alexa, insult generator. Alexa, insult generator.
I won't say anything because I think you might cry.
Honestly, I wish I had that other invisibility thing that I had during Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Season 6. I don't know why I'm talking to myself. Got him! That was easy. One shot down. Get out of here, bozo. Easy! Surprise! I hope I don't accidentally start a stream or something. That would suck. Get out of here, you're bad. Oh, am I live? Oh, I did not mean to start a stream. Damn it. Alexa, insult generator. Alexa, insult generator.
I won't say anything because I think you might cry.
Honestly, I wish I had that other invisibility thing that I had during Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Season 6. I don't know why I'm talking to myself. Got him! That was easy. One shot down. Get out of here, bozo. Easy! Surprise! I hope I don't accidentally start a stream or something. That would suck. Get out of here, you're bad. Oh, am I live? Oh, I did not mean to start a stream. Damn it.
By this point, his actual fan base had dwindled down to almost nothing. The few viewers who showed up were either diehard fans refusing to let go, or trolls waiting to clip his next embarrassing moment. One of his most dedicated detractors, a creator who went by the name Liquid Nova, used to watch every single live just to grab notable clips and upload them to his own TikTok. Liquid Nova was actually the one who posted those infamous clips where Nova pretended not to know that the live had started. And as we mentioned earlier, Nova had a very sharp eye on his trolls and haters. He was fully aware that people like Liquid Nova were lurking in his lives, recording every embarrassing second and then re-uploading them to TikTok for everyone's entertainment.
I'm tired. I can't put up with this shit no more. We're gonna name it a funny name. Well, I've been feeling very insecure lately, and I went to the doctor's today, and I weighed 270, so... Oh, and yeah, Liquid Nova, if you're in here, f*** you. And I hope your mom finds out you've been bullying innocent people online. Alexa, play My Heart Will Go On. I sang this song at karaoke. Sorry I've been silent, guys.
So in true Nova fashion, he decided to fight back in the most unhinged and counterproductive way imaginable. To outsmart the trolls, Nova came up with the genius idea of staying completely mute throughout his live streams. That's right, he would sit there staring blankly at the screen, not saying a single word for minutes at a time, as if this was gonna somehow stop people from recording him.
Nova, what's the point of go and live if you won't even say anything? I've already played this game.
It's Liquid Nova. If I speak, he gets more content.
Alexa, insult generator.
I miss when Nova used to clap back at his trolls.
I want Nova to clap me.
They just want a reaction.
He's not scared to sing karaoke, but he's scared to talk to us.
This is boring. I'm just gonna try to get banned. Nova am stroking my right now.
Get that ass banned. Get that ass banned.
He even came up with an additional strategy. Nova started playing background audio filled with random cuss words and profanity, thinking that this would make his streams unclippable since the sound would violate TikTok's guidelines.
Introducing my new streaming strategy to divert the trolls. Turn down your speakers, guys. Alright, y'all. This is what's gonna divert the trolls. Because this guy likes to bleep out all the swear words. For those of you just joining, if you're hearing in the background, that is not your imagination. That's my streaming strategy to divert the trolls. And it comes on every 2 seconds. It might decrease my viewers, but I'd rather have that than Liquid Nova archiving my streams.
Denied! Sit down!
How can a person be this dumb? Really? In his desperate attempt to stop trolls from watching and recording his lives, he managed to annoy the absolute hell out of his remaining audience. People were losing patience fast. Comments during his streams were full of viewers telling him to just stop. It was painfully obvious that his paranoia had completely taken over.
This is the only way I can deflect Liquid Lardass Nova. Sorry, y'all.
Well, this is boring. So am I of Nova. Great content.
I'm sorry. I have to stop a certain troll from recording.
Why is this so immature? Hell, just speak.
I can't, so I don't give the trolls content.
Then just don't give them content, but speak. It's simple.
Can you turn that audio off? It's really annoying.
UDI is meant to be because I don't want Liquid Nova in here.
Honestly, if Nova didn't want people recording and mocking him online, there was a much simpler solution. Maybe just don't act like a scumbag on live in the first place. But of course, Nova had to do it his way. While his live streams and food reviews were crashing and burning spectacularly, there was one tiny corner of his content that was actually giving him a sliver of visibility: his gym videos. Nova had created a separate account called Nova in the Gym, where he posted workout clips and progress updates. The account doesn't exist anymore, but thankfully a few of those videos were archived. Oh boy, there's something else. Around the same time though, things took another downward turn. Nova apparently lost his job. He was working at Denny's, and sometime around October 2023, he posted a story admitting that he'd made a big mess at work, and as a result, he was fired. After this, we saw a noticeable spike in his gym content. It was like he'd poured all his free time and leftover energy into filming his workouts. Maybe he thought this would be his big comeback, but as history shows, things didn't go quite as planned.
Nova Online really hit him with the "On guard, my fellow, on guard."
Soon after getting fired, another mild disaster hit Nova Online. This time it wasn't trolls or live streams gone wrong, it was something even more humiliating. A YouTube channel called Lolcall Academy somehow discovered Nova's old Reddit account. In October 2023, the channel uploaded a detailed video exposing numerous screenshots from that account, showing Nova posting and asking all sorts of bizarre things on subreddits related to age regression. As soon as the Reddit account was exposed online, Nova reportedly panicked and deleted it. But as the internet always reminds us, nothing ever truly disappears. People had already archived everything before he could hit delete. Now, in most of these screenshots, Nova was doing what he does best, crying about his sad, lonely life and playing the victim. In one particularly pitiful post, he wrote, "A lot of people on TikTok think I am a P-word, and I've proven my innocence. However, they are still harassing me about it, even with evidence that I'm innocent and was framed, and they won't freaking stop. Even after I blocked them on everything, they come back on different alts with Zalgo text of my full-on docs, my real name, etc., and I'm freaking sick of it. Is there an easier way to stop it?" Now, I don't know what evidence he's referring to that supposedly proves his innocence, because from what the internet has seen, there's nothing even remotely convincing. What we have seen is a never-ending collection of screenshots and clips showing him being, well, an unapologetic creep. If he's referring to that sad little Scoldger framed me narrative as his proof, then honestly, we're deeply concerned for his mental well-being. Moving on, in another Reddit post titled, "I Am Just Sad," Nova wrote about finding his little side on an age regression subreddit. Whatever that means, it's not a good look. In yet another post, he could be seen discussing little space care packages, which again was just bizarre and uncomfortable to read. But that's still the mild part. Lolcow Academy even went further and exposed some of Nova's pictures where he appeared to be wearing baby clothes and sucking on a binky. Reportedly, these were photos he had personally posted to those same age regression subs. Entering 2024, things were not looking even remotely hopeful for Nova's already collapsing internet career. If anything, they somehow got worse, pushing his reputation further into chaos. Remember when we mentioned that Nova's Discord got nuked a few weeks after the original Discord disaster? Well, as expected, he made another one shortly after and managed to keep it running, at least until February 2024. That's when everything went south again. A troll named Regal Eagle, who had been after Nova for quite some time, raided his new server and caused complete havoc, leading to its eventual shutdown. Nova later announced on Discord that Regal Eagle had taken down his server once again, and that he planned to create yet another one. But things didn't end that simply. According to screenshots released by Nova's own team of Discord moderators, Nova was allegedly being selfish, manipulative, and downright toxic towards both his mods and his Discord girlfriend, Thoughtless. On the day of the raid, Nova apparently panicked and began spamming every single mod on the server, demanding they fix the situation and blaming them for the entire disaster. Naturally, the mods were furious. They started trash-talking Nova openly in the general chat, exposing how unbearable he had been behind the scenes. To make matters even messier, his girlfriend, Thoughtless, joined in and completely aired him out. She accused Nova of being toxic, refusing to pay his editors, and cheating on her. She also called him out for expecting his team to work around the clock for free, while he reaped whatever crumbs of attention his online mess was generating. In short, the raid didn't just take down Nova's Discord, it exposed the cracks in his entire little empire. When all this chaos was unfolding in the general chat, Nova stayed suspiciously quiet, only occasionally replying to his girlfriend, as if trying to keep the situation from spiraling even further. But the silence didn't help him much. About a week later, Nova finally announced that he would be shutting down the server entirely and starting fresh with a brand new one. And true to his word, he did. However, his new beginning didn't last long because the trolls that had been haunting him from the start followed him right into his new server. Reportedly, this time the raid came from a group called Chew Crew, a band of online trolls primarily focused on harassing Tofiachu. They raided his server relentlessly, making sure he couldn't catch even a moment of peace online. But believe it or not, this wasn't even the worst thing to happen to him that year. April 2024 would turn out to be a complete disaster for Nova, as a string of shocking events started to unfold one after another. On the dull afternoon of April 18th, 2024, Nova's main TikTok account, @TheNovaUniverse, was hacked by a group of trolls. Around this time, a new troll named Pivo appeared on Kiwi Farms and began updating everyone about what had happened. According to his posts, Nova's account had been completely taken over. The hackers changed his username, profile picture, and even rewrote his bio to mock him. But it didn't stop there. The hackers began posting clips of Nova's alleged predatory and inappropriate behavior directly to his own account, weaponizing his platform against him. While there's no concrete proof of who exactly was behind the hack, many in the community believe that Pivo, along with a few of his close companions, were the ones responsible. After all, he had been extremely active in trolling Nova for months leading up to this incident, often sharing leaks and updates about him across multiple platforms. So in the span of just a few weeks, Nova managed to lose his Discord server again, get raided by new trolls, and then have his main TikTok account hijacked and used against him. It was without a doubt one of the lowest points of his already disastrous online career. A few days after the chaos, Nova finally uploaded a video to one of his backup accounts, addressing what had happened. In the video, he announced that his main TikTok account had been hacked and that he knew exactly who was behind it. According to him, he had fallen for a phishing email, which ultimately gave the hackers full access to his account. He even showed his viewers the email he'd fallen for.
Hey all, Pate Nova Kadri. If you're seeing this video, you probably follow this account right here. That is my main account. As of a few hours ago, that account has unfortunately been hacked by a phishing scammer after I received this email. I fell for it pretty bad. I'm currently working on trying to get that account back. I was picturing things that I did not want to picture a long time ago, like before my 2-hour nap. And after my 2-hour nap, I feel a little more cool, calm, and collected, but I'm still so pissed off that I fell for the scam. I'm taking full responsibility. It was definitely my fault. I didn't check the email. God damn, I fell for it pretty bad. But, hey, I'm going to be posting some videos here from now on. And it kind of sucks. I had 14 drafts. Hopefully those are not lost to time. Hopefully I can just relog back into my account and they will still be there. Wow. Anyways, I'm gonna be posting a little bit more here from now on. And please continue to watch my videos on my other account. Hopefully they didn't unlink my PayPal. Anyways, Nova Universe, signing off.
With his signature sunken face and gloomy tone, he dramatically declared that the Nova Universe is no more, and hinted that he might quit social media altogether. Of course, no one really believed that. By now, everyone knew Nova was a creature of habit, the type to swear off the internet one day and come crawling back the next. Sure enough, on April 22nd, 2024, Nova made his comeback using another account. He started posting videos like nothing had happened, although he frequently brought up how determined he was to retrieve his hacked account.
Mi cuenta volverá a ser mía, aunque sea mañana o en unos meses, volverá a ser mía.
In several videos, he claimed he was in contact with TikTok's support team and had filed multiple reports in hopes of getting it restored. At one point, he even uploaded a melancholic, borderline dramatic video saying how proud he was of himself for not doing something serious over losing his account.
My main account has been in the hackers' hands now for about 2 weeks. No luck getting it back. Haven't heard back from TikTok from the 5 reports that I've posted. I've gave them my UID, I've gave them all my and they're still not giving it back. And despite all the that I've been through, I'm proud that I haven't ended it all yet. I've contacted the Trevor Project at least a few times since the account got hacked, because I'm dealing with a lot of other shit behind the scenes that I don't want to get into detail about. But just when it seemed like my life was looking up, I had a new job, new therapist, new friends, everything went down the hole. And my mental health got into the worst state it's ever been. Well, I'm proud of myself for staying strong this entire time. Even if I have been dealing with so much, but I gotta keep strong. It's the only way I'll be able to survive.
After this, things got even worse. On May 3rd, 2024, Nova completely lost all hope of ever recovering his main account. Turns out the hackers had put the account up for sale and even stolen money from his creator fund. And if that wasn't bad enough, around the same time, his home address was leaked online, reportedly by none other than Pivo, the same troll who'd been taunting him for months. This doxing incident opened the floodgates for non-stop harassment. People began sending random DoorDash deliveries to Nova's house. At this point, when Nova started talking about people allegedly sending him pizzas and other random deliveries, viewers online began to question whether any of it was even true. One particular story that raised eyebrows was when Nova claimed that a group of trolls sent him an unpaid Domino's pizza delivery, but the manager of the Domino's happened to be a fan of his. Allegedly, the manager felt bad for Nova and decided to give him the pizza for free.
Whoever called Hawaiian pizza from Domino's to my house without paying for it, the guy gave it to me for free. So since we've got this pizza that I've never tried, we're gonna do a food review on it. Oh yeah, and by the way, massive shout out to the manager at my local Domino's. She's actually a longtime fan of the TikTok, so if you're watching this, thank you for being a fan.
Now, this story sounded way too convenient for most people. Viewers immediately started speculating that Nova had made the whole thing up just to gain sympathy and attention. This moment pretty much reignited the ongoing debate about how much of what Nova says online is real and how much is just pure performance. Despite his accounts being hacked, his Discord getting raided, and his credibility slowly falling apart, Nova remained the same chaotic, unbothered version of himself. The man is nothing if not consistent. He just keeps doing the same old things over and over again, as if nothing in his world ever changes. From his other account, Nova continued to post food reviews and random product reactions, especially about his all-time favorite beverage, Dr. Pepper. Yes, for some bizarre reason, Nova has a borderline emotional connection with Dr. Pepper. Out of every food or drink he's ever reviewed, Dr. Pepper is the only thing that's consistently earned a perfect 10 out of 10 from him.
Signing off. So I was at my local shop recently, and I found this Dr. Pepper beef stick. Let's give it a smell. It smells nothing like Dr. Pepper. It just smells like pepper. Anyways, bone apple teeth.
Around this time, Nova also posted one of his most unintentionally funny food reviews yet, a review of a sushi restaurant that he never even named. For this review, he supposedly recorded himself eating sushi, and then weeks later, he recorded a voiceover review talking about the experience. According to him, while the sushi tasted decent, he ended up getting food poisoning afterward.
No, Kadri, I am doing this video as a voiceover, and this is finally that sushi review that I recorded about 3 weeks ago. I got this from a place called Redacted in Riverstone. I'm not going to give the name of the restaurant away because I got food poisoning here. Now, first off, let's try this miso soup that initially came with my meal. I tried the broth and I was absolutely stunned by how good it was. And this was with no soy sauce added. I decided to try a little bit of the tofu, and I do not like tofu. It's just a texture thing for me. Next up, we're going to be trying this 2-piece Ora King salmon nigiri with wasabi and ginger. Again, a little soy sauce. Let's try it out. Now, I absolutely loved the flavor of this, but I would regret it later on.
His viewership during this time was still pretty low, but somehow Nova continued to attract the attention of some big-name commentary channels like Kiwi Tapes and Smokey McSee. These creators often found his bizarre food reviews unintentionally hilarious and would frequently react to his clips on their joint podcast, Too High for Stupid. Despite the dwindling engagement from his own audience, Nova was still serving as reliable entertainment fodder for the commentary scene, and he absolutely knew it. In a TikTok video posted around this time, Nova announced with great enthusiasm that he would soon be launching his own podcast, dramatically titled Hours of Joy. According to him, this podcast would finally give him the platform to prove everyone wrong, particularly those who had accused him of disturbing and creepy behavior. He specifically mentioned Kiwi Tapes, Sensitive Society, and Smokey McSee by name. But the real highlight of this announcement was his overly dramatic statement: the hunter becomes the hunted, and the hunted becomes the hunter. He was, of course, referring to himself, positioning his podcast as the grand comeback where he'd flip the script on his haters.
But, yeah, I just intend on doing this new podcast for fun. So the name of this podcast is going to be called The Hour of Joy. And the name does not imply what this podcast is going to be about. Everyone who has wronged me, the hunter becomes the hunted, and the hunted becomes the hunter. Every single person who has wronged me, Kiwi, Smokey, Sensitive Society, everyone who has made these false fucking accusations about me, I'm gonna prove them all fucking wrong. The hunter.
But with this podcast, the only thing Nova managed to flip was his already crumbling reputation. In the video announcing it, Nova proudly mentioned his genius social media manager who was supposedly helping him produce and organize Hours of Joy. He even gave her a public shout-out on Instagram, which led people to discover that her name was Sia Jager. At the time, no one really paid much attention to her. She was just another background character in Nova's chaotic saga. But later on, Sia would become an important puzzle piece in exposing Nova even further. The first episode of Hours of Joy finally dropped on June 24th, 2024 on Spotify. It was nearly 40 minutes long, and yet it contained absolutely nothing of value. The whole idea behind this podcast was supposedly to set the record straight, a chance for Nova to clear his name and counter all the allegations that had been made against him. In earlier TikTok clips hyping up the show, he had specifically called out Kiwi Tapes, Sensitive Society, and Smokey McSee, promising that he was coming for them through this podcast. And yes, he did come for them, but not in the way he thought he would. Instead of defending himself or providing evidence to disprove anything, Nova spent the entire 39 minutes trash-talking these creators. He and his social media manager went over their pages, counted how many videos they'd made about him, and ranted about how they were using him for clicks and views.
Everyone, it is Hey Nova Kadri, also known as the Nova Universe. We are here with the debut episode of Hour of Joy. And joining me is my social media manager, Sia.
Hi, guys.
But I'm pulling up Smokey's Twitter right now.
All right, I'll do the same. Hold on.
So the most recent tweet that he has messaging me is retweeting a comment of someone that cited me near the bus stop.
Someone on his Twitter seemed to have edited the video of you, like, telling your fans not to be racist. Like, if you scroll down...
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and head over to Kiwi's Twitter, see if he's posted any new... Oh, yeah. The last thing he posted about me was on the 24th, called Average Hour of Joy Listener.
Yeah. It appears as, like, one of your fans said something like racist about you being, like, the supreme race.
Oh, yeah. Did you hear that Sensitive Society appeared on a episode of Too High for Stupid?
I think that was last week. Yeah. I noticed there's been, like, a lot of YouTubers just, like, clowning on your name. Like, for instance, the Leaping Lemur.
Oh, yeah, I f***ed that bitch.
Uh-huh.
I gotta make sure not to rage too much. Oh, yeah, anyways, have you heard of the Poop Squatch Andrew Ditch?
I have.
The motherfucker watches my videos, and I'm scared of that.
Back on the Too High for Stupid podcast, some people in the comments were, like, saying that you guys are, like, similar and long-lost brothers.
Oh my gosh, no, we are not similar in the slightest.
Many people say that you and Jupiter the hybrid are, like, look alike and, like, behave in the same manner. I'm not sure if you know who that is.
I know who Jupiter is. We live in the same state.
Do you want to go in depth about, like, why you, like, are, like, making a podcast? Like, what prompted you to do so?
Oh, yeah, basically, I'm making a podcast, basically so I can clear my name of these awful accusations that have been roaming around.
So do you want to go more in depth with like Kiwi and Smokey and see what's a sensitive society? Because I think that's what like a lot of people really want to hear.
About what?
Like Kiwi and Smokey.
Oh yeah. Speaking of Kiwi, Smokey, and Sensitive, let's go over to Kiwi's channel.
Okay.
Let's see, the last video, he hasn't really uploaded like many videos about me.
Yeah, but the ones he did upload about you got like over 1 million views. So like that's why people like really like flooded your comments with like hatred.
Yeah, if we go to popular, if we go to popular, you can see his 3rd and 8th most popular videos are about me.
But like on their podcast, he talks about you like consecutively.
Oh yeah, the podcast, definitely.
Once like this video gets uploaded, I'm sure like Kiwi, Smokey, and Sensitive will probably respond to it. So then like we'll make like a response.
Yeah, they're probably gonna end up responding it, which will give us more content for Hour of Joy.
True. So I guess.
Ironically, the one thing he never addressed in this podcast was the actual reason people were calling him out. For a podcast meant to prove his innocence, Hours of Joy only proved one thing: that Nova was completely incapable of taking accountability. Around this time, Nova started posting a series of bizarre updates on his newly created Instagram account. In one of them, he shockingly announced that he was joining the alt-right. This statement didn't just raise eyebrows, it sent his already fragile reputation into free fall. The reason this is relevant is because almost immediately, some people from his fanbase flooded the comments with vile, racist remarks targeting Kiwi Tapes and Smokey McSee. A few days later, Nova seemed to realize just how badly he had messed up. He posted another image claiming that he no longer identified as alt-right because his thoughts and ideologies didn't align with theirs. He also urged his followers to stop using racist language toward Kiwi and Smokey. But then came the hilarious part. Shortly after making that supposedly mature statement, Nova uploaded a video contradicting himself completely. In the clip, he once again told his followers not to mock Kiwi and Smokey, and then immediately added, even though Sensitive is Mexican and Kiwi and Smokey do drugs. It was the most backhanded apology imaginable, and viewers could not believe the irony.
Hey, I'll say Nova Casuary, and while I fucking despise Kiwi, Smokey, and Sensitive Society, just please don't make any racist comments about them. Just because Sensitive is Mexican and Kiwi and Smokey do drugs, that's just no excuse to say racist shit about them, because one, that's not cool, that doesn't make you any better than they are, and two, making up about them, you go as low as they do, because they have made up false shit about a lot of people. So guys, if you're seeing this, just please stop commenting racist shit about the 3 people that I'm trying to stop using my name for. They're just using my name as cash cows at this point. Anyways, stop being racist in my comments, guys. I don't condone it.
Despite his clumsy attempts at damage control, it was too late. The major commentary YouTubers he had trashed in his podcast had already taken notice. One after another, they began releasing videos reacting to his so-called redemption arc, mocking both his podcast and his ridiculous alt-right detour. But the biggest blow came from a YouTuber named The Leaping Lemur, whom Nova had also mentioned in Hours of Joy. Lemur went a step further and dropped a bombshell that exposed Nova's disturbing behavior even more. Remember Nova's social media manager? Well, Lemur revealed that she was actually only 15 years old. In a video posted in July 2024, Lemur explained that both Nova and this manager had joined his livestream chat. During a conversation, he discovered her real age, confirming that Nova had been closely collaborating with a minor while publicly denying any inappropriate behavior. Not only that, the Leaping Lemur also dug up a random Instagram post from Nova that made things even worse. In that post, Nova was apparently calling someone out and referred to his underage social media manager as his woman. This is what he wrote: "Rage is my freaking middle name. So watch your mouth before you utter my name or the name of my social media manager in my podcast. I won't have anyone dissing her name. The white Bowser is just jealous I have a woman, and he does not." And if that wasn't embarrassing enough, his social media manager actually commented on the post saying, "I am not your woman, Nova," to which Nova replied, "Why not? Well, maybe because she's 15 years old and you're a 21-year-old adult, Nova. This is exactly the kind of behavior that's landed him in hot water time and time again. Yet, for some reason, he continues to act like he's the innocent victim, convinced that everyone from trolls to commentary creators is targeting him out of pure malice. As backlash exploded online, Nova rushed to TikTok to clarify the situation. He claimed that Sia wasn't 15 at all. He said that she was in university and definitely an adult. But considering Nova's long history of lying through his teeth, almost no one believed him.
I'm just going to address it right now. First off, I've seen that video from the Leaping Lemur. I just wanted to inform you guys that Sia is not 15. She goes to university, so therefore she is well over 18.
It's not. In fact, many people at the time started to think that Sia was actually a troll pretending to be his manager. And honestly, that theory made a lot of sense, because the things she supposedly convinced him to do under the guise of audience engagement are downright hilarious. I mean, convincing a lolcow like Nova to launch a full-blown podcast attacking commentary channels and then use that platform to talk about other lolcows sounds like something only a troll could do. Around this same time, Nova dropped the second episode of his podcast. And let's just say it somehow managed to be worse than the first one. This time, the entire 45-minute episode was dedicated to none other than Daniel Larson. And when I say dedicated, I mean Nova and his social media manager literally sat there and read Daniel Larson's wiki page word for word. No commentary, no opinions, no punchlines, just plain reading it like it was a bedtime story for insomniacs. Whoever actually made it through that entire episode, you have our sincerest condolences. Around the same period, things got even more chaotic online. Nova revealed that he had been banned from the karaoke place he used to frequent. For context, karaoke was one of the few things Nova did that was somewhat normal. Over the years, he had uploaded countless karaoke clips to TikTok and Instagram, and honestly, they were acceptable compared to the rest of his questionable content. But in June 2024, Nova posted a story saying he would no longer be performing karaoke because the venue had banned him. He didn't explain why, but of course the trolls filled in the blanks. A troll named Pivo claimed on Discord that he, along with another troll called Zilla, got Nova banned by contacting the karaoke bar's manager and sending them screenshots of Nova's antics online. Unfortunately, that wasn't even the end of his misfortunes. Around the same time, a troll reportedly spotted Nova in his neighborhood and uploaded candid photos of him online. Then, to make matters worse, the very next day, his ex-hamster account was leaked. And let's just say the search history was exactly what everyone expected. Diaper, adult diaper, breastfeeding, foot smelling, and age play were all listed among Nova's interests and fetishes. And even after everything that had come out, Nova continued to insist that his whole obsession with wearing diapers had absolutely nothing to do with any kind of fetish. According to him, it was just a comfort thing. Sure, Nova, totally believable. Then, around August 2024, yet another disaster struck his already crumbling life. His gym membership got terminated after trolls allegedly reached out to the gym management and told them all about Nova's online reputation. In true Nova fashion, he announced this development on social media, first through a few cryptic stories, and then through a very emotional TikTok video where he poured his heart out about how unfair life had been to him.
Look, I didn't want to become a lolcow. If you're watching this because you think you might be one, my advice is scroll past this video right now. It's not worth it. Believe whatever lies your mom or dad told you about the internet, and just try to lead a normal life. Being a lolcow is dangerous, and even sometimes it's scary. Sometimes people will try to mess with you in the worst ways possible. However, if you're just watching this because you think it's fiction, then great, keep watching this video. And I envy you for being able to believe that this is not real at all. But if you recognize yourself in this video, if you definitely feel something stirring inside, stop watching immediately. You might be one of us. And it's only a matter of time before they sense it too. And the others will come for you. Don't say I didn't warn y'all.
But even amid this chaos, Nova remained bizarrely determined to make his podcast work. In August, he released yet another episode, and this time it was only 3 minutes long. The entire episode consisted of Nova rambling about which lolcows he should cover next. A lolcow covering other lolcows? That is honestly poetic. According to Nova, if he just focused on people who were supposedly worse than him, it would somehow cleanse his own reputation.
Kennedy Space Center, humanity's gateway to the stars.
What is good, y'all? It is Handover Kadri coming back at you with a announcement for the Hour of Joy. Now, I did upload an episode back at about the start of July, end of June, but I had to take that down via my manager's request and due to several people clowning me. Honestly, it would really up my mental health. So, anyways, Hour of Joy, August 27th, 2024. Hour of Joy is going to be relaunching as a solo project. I already have somebody that's going to be helping me out on the sidelines with several lolcows, such as Jupiter. I'm obviously going to be doing Boogie because he's kind of disgusting. If he was as smart as he was fat, he would be the next Albert Einstein. Have I mentioned Cobra yet? I'm not sure. Oh yeah, I mentioned Jupiter, I mentioned Boogie, I mentioned Cobra. Although Cobra is one of the more respectable lolcows. We're also going to be taking a deep dive into Bossman Jack, the notorious gambling kick streamer. And we're also going to be looking into some other sort of like horror cows, like Andrew Ditch. Oh my god, I hate that dude. Anyways, guys, be prepared. August 27th is going to be the new era of the Hour of Joy. I'm going to be having guests here and there, but these guys are mainly just here to help out with Hour of Joy just by tuning in and just giving us some high quality information that we may need to know. Anyways, I am aware that I am a lolcow myself. This is just a step to hopefully separate myself from these people, because people labeling me a lolcow is one of the worst things that's happened to me. It's really messed up my mental health. Anyways, guys, be prepared. August 27th, 9 days. Hour of Joy is relaunching. Thank y'all, and peace out.
Kennedy Space Center, humanity's gateway to the stars.
However, almost immediately after he uploaded the episode to Spotify, it was taken down due to mass reporting. Nova rushed to Instagram to complain, promising that he'd re-upload the episode to YouTube. By this point, it seemed like Nova had finally realized what everyone else already knew. His so-called social media managers had been trolling him the entire time. So he dropped her completely and announced that he would be going solo with his podcast. In September 2024, he even released a short episode where he discussed all the potential new names he was considering for his rebranded show, as if a name change could somehow erase the train wreck that Hours of Joy had become.
3 name choices. I think one of them is pretty lackluster, but the other 2, I think, are very creative. So, let's move on and get on to the name choices. So, as I said before, I have 3 name choices to rename Hour of Joy, because, as y'all know, a troll renamed Hour of Joy and didn't even come up with me for the name first. So let's go ahead. The first name, which I think is pretty lackluster, is Lolcow Farms. basically Kiwi Farms, but without the homophobic and racist community. But yeah, I think that's a pretty lame name. Y'all, it's pretty self-explanatory. Let's move on to the second name. So the second name I have in mind is kind of another spoof off of a Kiwi Farms name, but I think it's way more creative and way more like catchy, and it's called Kiwi Core. So basically, the meaning behind the name Kiwi Core is basically you gotta dive deep to get into the core of the kiwi, which is basically what we do here on the soon-to-be whatever name that I think is best. So, basically, Kiwi Core is diving deep into the core of lolcows and basically seeing how did they get here. Anyways, let's move on to the third name. Alright, the third name is one that I think is also pretty decent of a name, and I'm calling it the Vine Dive.
A few days later, he announced on social media that he was renaming his podcast to Kiwi Core.
Hey y'all, it's Hey Nova Kadri, and Hour of Joy is no more. Hour of Joy is now officially Kiwi Core.
In October 2024, Nova went ahead and released 2 more episodes of his newly rebranded podcast, Kiwi Core. And just like everything else he had put out recently, both episodes turned out to be nothing but a joke. Instead of offering anything new or interesting, Nova once again circled back to his favorite topic, Daniel Larson. For nearly the entire runtime, he repeated the same recycled information he found online, adding nothing of value or insight. It honestly felt like he was just desperately trying to fill airtime, hoping someone would still be listening. By this point, even his most dedicated followers were starting to lose patience. The Kiwi Core episodes were awkward, rambling, and directionless, making it clear that Nova's big comeback was quickly falling apart before it had even started. From where we're watching, there seems to be 2 parallel dimensions in the Novaverse. One where Nova is busy acting completely erratic online, making himself a public spectacle day after day, and the other where his trolls and detractors are working tirelessly in the shadows to make his life an absolute nightmare. Around June 2024, even before he officially launched his podcast, something quite similar started brewing behind the scenes. While Nova was busy rizzing up his new social media manager, announcing his grand podcast debut, and throwing shade at commentary YouTubers, a group of dedicated trolls were plotting something much bigger in the background. On June 2nd, 2024, members of the TNF, a notorious group devoted entirely to tracking and archiving Nova's every online move, reportedly hacked into several of his accounts. These included his Discord, Kick, Gmail, and other platforms. The culprits behind the hack were 3 well-known names in Nova's troll community: Zilla, Pivo, and M3GA, who managed to break into his accounts and unleash absolute chaos. Through the hack, they uncovered even more disturbing evidence about Nova's long-rumored diaper fetish and his bizarre, inappropriate behavior on Discord. But that wasn't all. Digging into his emails exposed some shockingly strange details about his online purchases and private conversations. To top it off, the hackers didn't just stay quiet after gaining access. On Discord, one of them, M3GA, sent out a completely unhinged and explicit message from Nova's account, tagging everyone and mocking him publicly. The message read, "Everyone, my masters, M3GA, Pivozilla, have told me that they won't gate my dirty little a-hole tonight if I don't admit that I love kids, so this is my confession." After this, the hacker granted access to Nova's Discord server to his other peers, who quickly began screenshotting everything they could find: private messages, chat logs, and personal information that would later come back to bite Nova hard. Within just a few hours, the entire team wreaked havoc on his server, nuking channels, spamming messages, and ultimately deleting the server entirely. Not many people know this, but around the same time, Nova was also quite active on the popular streaming platform Kick, where he occasionally went live to stream himself playing video games. During one of these live streams, Zilla managed to hack into his Kick account mid-broadcast and started streaming explicit adult content directly from X videos. Since Kick has strict policies against streaming adult material, Nova's account was swiftly terminated by the platform shortly after the incident. The chaos didn't end there. The hackers also broke into Nova's Epic Games account, where they mockingly changed his username to Minor Diddler. Over on Steam, they continued their spree of humiliation by not only changing his username and profile picture, but also deleting over 10 of the games he had paid for. To add insult to injury, they purchased multiple fetish-themed furry games using Nova's own PayPal account. Although all of this unfolded in June 2024, the full extent of the hack wasn't made public until the following month. In July 2024, YouTuber Leaping Lemur uploaded a detailed expose featuring an interview with Zilla, one of the hackers involved in the June 2nd breach. During the conversation, Zilla not only described how the hack was executed, but also provided Lemur with a mountain of new evidence, showcasing Nova's disturbing and downright degenerate behavior behind the scenes.
First off, how you doing today? Let me ask you that first off.
You know what? It's a good day.
That's good. That's good. I also wanted to ask you, why did you decide to hack Nova, and around what time did it happen?
So it was a decision between the three of my friends, me as in Zilla and Pivo and Mega. We just got obsessed with the Nova lore and was like, this guy's funny. You know, we've messed with in the past. And so we were like, all right, well, let's mess with this guy. And so we just decided, yeah, Nova. And then on June 2nd, we were already inside for like a lot while before, but June 2nd's when it all kind of went to shit.
Exactly how bad is some of the evidence that is going to be covered in this doc?
In this document, it really puts it into words, and you can visually see how much of a diaper-wearing Discord mod he is.
Tell me.
The hacker Zilla also talked about calling the bowling alley and getting Nova banned from the karaoke bar. He openly admitted that he and his team were the ones who called the bowling alley and got Nova permanently banned from the karaoke bar he frequently visited. According to Zilla, they personally contacted the manager and sent over all the evidence of Nova's degeneracy, which, unsurprisingly, was enough to convince the establishment to cut ties with him immediately. When Leaping Lemur asked Zilla if he had any final message for Nova, he simply replied that his team was far from done with him.
Odd he is.
Tell me about getting Nova banned from the bowling alley. Like, how was that experience?
It was fun the whole way through. Calling the bowling alley, the manager, whoever was there, he already knew about him. He already knew there was an issue with the guy. And so he just was like, needed hard evidence. And it was funny because I had to sit on a phone call with a grown man ask me, what does I feel willy small right now mean?
How many socials in total, if you feel comfortable telling me, did you hack of Nova's?
Publicly, I can say 5.
Can you name them?
His Steam.
But the most shocking part of Zilla's revelations came when the Leaping Lemur began sharing screenshots that painted an even darker picture of Nova's behavior online. Among the leaked materials were logs showing Nova interacting with an age regression bot named Evelyn Rose Thorne. The two could be seen engaging in disturbingly intimate roleplay conversations, many of which involved around, you guessed it, diapers. What made this even more horrifying was the fact that these exchanges were happening on a public server, visible to anyone who happened to scroll through the chat. The leaks didn't stop there. Zilla also shared screenshots that revealed Nova had an e-girlfriend named Bun, with whom he maintained an extremely toxic relationship. In several leaked messages, Nova could be seen emotionally dumping on her, starting conversations with lines like, "Babe, are you okay?" To which she would reply no, only for Nova to respond, "I'm not okay either." When Bun asked why, Nova proceeded to trauma dump by saying he was having thoughts of ending his life. There was also a post showing Bun breaking up with Nova on Discord. In her message, she accused him of being emotionally unavailable, preferring to talk to minors over her, and even threatening to put her mother in jail. She also revealed that Nova had verbally abused her on multiple occasions and compared her to the very trolls who were harassing him online. Out of everything she said, the most alarming part was when she hinted that Nova preferred talking to minors over her. While we don't know who this person was referring to specifically, Her words strongly implied that Nova was still maintaining contact with several underage individuals. Considering his past behavior and the allegations already surrounding him, this hint only added more fuel to the fire. Next up, the hackers leaked several screenshots from Nova's email account, exposing a long list of his online purchases, all linked to his diaper fetish. While most people were already aware that Nova had a disturbing obsession with diapers, these screenshots show just how deep that fixation really went. Over the span of a few months, he had ordered a variety of bizarre items, including something called a potty pass, baby diapers, and several ABDL-related audio files. His inbox was also filled with recommendations for age regression content, proving that this wasn't just a passing phase, it was a full-blown lifestyle. If you're wondering what a potty pass is, it's essentially a fetish accessory that gives someone permission to defecate in their diaper, and it costs around $26. But it gets even worse. Nova had also purchased something called Total Diaper Dependency Hypnosis Audiophile. At first glance, it sounded like nonsense, but after a bit of digging, it turns out this refers to a hypnosis audiophile used within the ABDL community. Its purpose is to psychologically condition the listener to become dependent on wearing diapers, or to lose control of their bodily functions and essentially regress into a baby-like state. In other words, this recording was meant to help Nova literally soil himself on command and feel content doing so. And if that wasn't enough to make you cringe, there's more. Remember when Zilla and his crew hacked into Nova's Steam account? Well, they not only deleted 10 legitimate games that Nova had paid for, but also used his PayPal to purchase 4 fetish-themed furry games instead. While the hackers did this to mess with Nova, they later discovered that he did not delete those games after finding out what they were, and even played them occasionally. This presents a possibility that apart from having a diaper kink, Nova may also be a furry. Speaking of his diaper fetish, there's also a leaked screenshot of an email Nova supposedly sent to his therapist, where he actually included links to age regression resources. But things apparently didn't go as planned. In another leaked screenshot from his Discord server, Nova is seen venting to someone, claiming that his therapist had dropped him as a client after he admitted to practicing age regression. Now, while we can't fully verify whether this interaction truly happened, it's disturbingly believable considering Nova's track record of oversharing online. If it's true, it just shows how far his behavior has spiraled. Even his therapist, someone trained to handle sensitive and unconventional issues, wanted nothing to do with him once the full extent of his coping mechanisms came to light. While this damning and frankly bizarre chapter of Nova's life finally came to an end, another equally chaotic chapter was already lining up on the horizon. Because of course with Nova, the drama never really ends. It just evolves into something new, usually more ridiculous than the last. While Nova was beefing hard with several YouTube creators around this time, he suddenly decided it was time to wave a white flag, or at least pretend to. So sometime around September 2024, he reached out to none other than Kiwi Tapes asking for a truce. Now for a bit of context, Kiwi Tapes and Smokey McSee co-host a podcast called Too High for Stupid, where they live react to online lolcows, including Nova from time to time. So Nova appeared in their pre-chat during a live stream and said, "Kiwi, if we truce, I will hop on tonight after the washer is repaired," followed by another odd message. "Someone won't have to renew me, I did it myself." Everyone knew something chaotic was about to unfold. No matter how much these guys mocked Nova, the idea of getting him live on air was an opportunity they couldn't resist. They thought they were about to host a groundbreaking, drama-filled interview where Nova would spill everything about his scandals, enemies, and breakdowns. But to their end, everyone's disappointment, none of that happened. The stream went on for nearly 5 hours, and for most of it, Nova wasn't even paying attention. When he did appear, he was constantly looking down at his phone, lashing out at people in the live chat instead of engaging with the hosts, who were repeatedly asking him to focus. He dodged every question thrown his way, offering zero insight or accountability. It's honestly hard to tell why he even wanted a truce in the first place, because it seemed like he had no interest in actual conversation. Half the time, Nova just sat there, ignoring everyone and arguing with random viewers. The whole thing was painfully awkward and unintentionally hilarious to watch.
Mike.
Yeah. What do I need to be on the lookout for here tonight for toxicness?
And note, chat, I did not block most of you. A few I have had to, though.
What did
so
they
as
do?
Kiwi was asking Nova, like, so what should we be on the lookout for here in chat so we make sure they're not being toxic?
Nova.
What?
We were asking you if there's anything we should look out for here in chat, if it's like overly toxic. Like what should we look out
anything that doxes my personal information.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, that dude, I actually showed up.
Yeah.
He did. Nova showed the fuck up and showed out. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
My preferred name is not Bo Idot, by the way.
Oh, that's a very...
Despite the hosts trying to engage Nova in the conversation, he decided he had to leave because his technician had arrived and literally returned after 2 full hours.
All I know is Nova is the meme of a generation.
All I know is Nova is the greatest interview of all time, clearly so far.
Yeah, it's going great.
Yeah, this is...
Oh,
there he is.
Is the technician there?
Repair guy is officially here. I have to mute and turn off my cam, but I will be back.
Okay.
Don't go to my segment without me, please.
We won't. We're saving all the good stuff for you. So we'll see you in a bit.
Thank you, Kiwi. I appreciate it. I gotta go see the tech guy now.
All right. We'll see you in a minute.
Peace out, chat.
Even after returning and keeping the hosts waiting for 2 hours, Nova's attitude remained completely unchanged. He came back acting like nothing had happened, still glued to his phone and barely engaging with the conversation. When the creators finally managed to steer things towards something meaningful, like the infamous Instagram account where he'd been posting all kinds of unhinged nonsense not too long ago, Nova claimed that Sia had full control over his Instagram, and that she'd recently admitted to being a troll. While that part was surprisingly transparent, things got tense when the hosts pressed him about Sia allegedly being 15 years old. At first, Nova completely dodged the question, brushing it off like it wasn't worth addressing. It was only after the hosts pushed again that he finally muttered a vague defense, saying that she never told him she was 15 at the time.
Some incredibly racist stuff.
Back then, I was never checked. I never gave the approval to post any of that. She just posted it without my permission, and she revealed herself as a troll not too long ago. I immediately severed all ties with her, and she's making up lies about me now.
I don't know.
So that's what we wanted to ask you, because we had heard that you were apparently being flirty with this Sia girl, and she was 15, was it?
Once again, she had pretty much full control over my Insta.
Yeah, I know. It seemed like there was a little bit of a flirtatious vibe between you guys, you know? Nova?
I'm still here.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that you're focused. I know that chat's a little distracting.
Yeah,
because it came out that she was 15. Do you just have anything to say about that? These are the questions chat are asking.
Oh no, what happened now?
Nova, you gotta quit dodging the question. You gotta talk to us. If we're gonna have you on, you gotta talk to us, Nova.
Sorry, I just got a spam text from something called Style Seat.
Oh.
What is Style Seat?
Have no idea, but someone sent it to my phone.
Yeah, you gotta stop looking at chat. It's distracting you. They're saying this is the worst interview we've ever held, and we're here trying to repair the relationship. You know, we gotta make some progress.
I know. I've literally said that no control was made over my Insta, and I never gave approval for any of those posts to go through.
But what about her being 15?
She never told me her age.
After this, the interview somehow managed to get even more ridiculous and absurd. The hosts found themselves constantly reminding Nova to look at the camera and put his phone down. It honestly felt less like a podcast and more like watching 2 exhausted adults trying to convince a hyperactive kid to hand over his iPad and focus on homework. To make things worse, Nova couldn't sit still for more than a few minutes. He kept leaving the stream repeatedly, each time for the most random and trivial reasons. Sometimes to check something off screen, other times to grab a drink or just disappear without a word. The constant interruptions made the entire conversation chaotic and painfully awkward to watch.
What? You know what? Nova, right here, right now. Nova, I need you to look at me. Look into the camera, bro. I'm gonna be like a gym instructor. Put the phone down. Forget about that. We have to talk about these lolcows that think they're in the position to call you out. They think they're in the position to put you on blast. And that's why we want you here tonight, because we want you to put them motherfuckers on blast. Nova, down with the phone. Put the phone down. Do not look at it again.
In the room a little bit.
Well, I just want to say that, like, Nova is just knocking it out of the park so far.
Yes.
Bowser and Jupiter, these guys would come on the show and just be shells of themselves, not talk at all. And it's honestly refreshing to what the is happening.
At one point during the interview, Kiwi and Mixie even tried to salvage the situation by convincing Nova to give them a room tour, something that could at least add a bit of entertainment value to the train wreck that was unfolding live. But unsurprisingly, Nova completely ignored their request. Now, for anyone unfamiliar, Nova is a notorious hoarder. His living space has been shown in countless videos, and every single time it's the same story. Piles of junk, random clutter, clothes thrown everywhere, and an overall environment that looks straight out of a Hoarders episode. So when the hosts asked for the tour, it wasn't just for laughs. They were trying to give their audience something worthwhile out of the whole debacle. But true to form, Nova refused to cooperate, staying glued to his phone and brushing off the idea entirely.
We're trying.
Yeah.
I cannot find my headset.
Nova, you barely looked.
Nova, pick up the camera and show us around a little bit. That way we can look for it too.
I don't want to show my room. The disdain that's not behind me is worse.
Nova, here's
Trying
the
to
thing.
clean it up right now.
We've already seen it on TikTok. Do you trust us or not? We're trying to build goodwill here. Like,
this is what the people want.
And look, dude, we're trying to give you a second chance. Show the people the room. Let's try to find this together. There's 2,000 people here who can help you find that. Come on now.
It's like, imagine having 2,000 people in your room helping you look for stuff. Just show us around a little bit.
Hold on, maybe if I...
Countless times throughout the interview, the host tried to steer the conversation toward the real issues, the pedophilic allegations, the diaper kink rumors, and the mountain of accusations that had been following Nova for months. But every single time, Nova either dodged the question, pretended not to hear, or gave the most vague political answer imaginable.
Hate towards non-white people.
Of course I renounced it. I'm not racist.
We couldn't tell with the Instagram. It was really some deep hate. And it was scary.
But I can assure Chad I am not that kind of person.
Nova, can we see the dog?
Alrighty.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, he's very tiny.
He's adorable.
You live a very hectic life.
Yeah. It's a hectic
Is
life.
Chat behaving?
Chat is saying that you're a file, so we might as well get into it. You in that Discord server, and the pictures of you wearing the skirt and stuff,
that was taken in an 18+ server.
Yeah, what's the story behind all that? Like with you and the Sailor Moon cosplay and...
That was all done in 18+ servers. With ID verification.
Yeah, but it wasn't. What happened? So, why do you think people call you a file?
They're just trying to put a bad name on a bad tag on my name, I think.
I think, Nova, the thing that people always point to is you singing the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to minors.
Yeah. What was that? What was with the Twinkle Twinkle Little Star clip? Nova?
We're just trying to get through all this, Nova, so we can, like, talk with the cool shit.
They won't shut up about it.
Yeah.
Let me check chat.
Well, no, don't worry about chat. Just answer. We're asking you right here, bro, so you can tell everybody at the same time. People are wondering why you were on the Age Play Discord. No, the Age Play Discord, I said.
Yeah,
Where,
no,
why
the
we were on
Age
that
Play.
one. With the
That was
diapers and all.
that was 18+. No
But there's a
minors were
video of
involved.
No, but there's a video of you singing to minors.
Yeah.
Twinkle Twinkle Little Star.
You know, this is why everybody calls you this, is because you sung Twinkle Twinkle Little Star and talked about diapers to some little girl.
That's what the chat's saying.
Yeah.
We need to set things straight.
I don't think people know what clip we're talking about, so I'm just gonna pull it up real quick before we get into the more recent content. Give me 1 second here.
No, but you're doing a great job. I am seeing people start to... Oh, he's gone. I'm warning y'all, you have about...
In the end, both the audience and the interviewers unanimously agreed that it was the worst interview ever. Smokey McSee even uploaded the full recording on his channel, hilariously titling it, "The Ridiculous Nova Online Interview." The comment section that followed was pure gold. Viewers couldn't stop clowning on Nova's behavior. One person even joked that this interview had the same energy as a photographer trying to get a baby's attention to take their picture. After this train wreck, Nova still tried to keep things civil with Kiwi Tapes. In fact, he even floated the idea of renaming his own podcast to Too High for Genius, a clear parody of Kiwi and Smokey's Too High for Stupid. It was his way of signaling peace. But, of course, the fragile truce didn't last long. Things completely fell apart when Smokey McSee, during a live stream, referred to Nova as a pudgy file. Hearing this, Nova rage quit the stream, cussed Smokey, and just like that, the so-called peace between them went up in flames.
You know, he's still coming around here, still a big fan of the show, and yeah, I think maybe one day we'll have him back on, but not right now.
Yeah, when him and Tothea choose decide.
Oh, Inception! You know, he's still coming around here.
Hey,
What's
Nova,
up,
you're
dude?
Nova, you're a pudgy file. Nova, pudgy file. Yeah, when him and Tothea choose decide.
Hi, Kiwi.
Yo!
Wait, shh. Nova, you're a pudgy file.
From that moment on, Nova was right back where he started, hating Kiwi Tapes and Smokey with a burning passion, and convinced once again that the entire commentary community was out to get him. While all of this was going down, Nova was also quietly working on creating a brand new Discord server, because apparently he can't just live without oversharing his life with random strangers and chatting with age-play Discord bots. So on September 27th, 2024, his new server officially went live. But as usual, the trolls followed him there too. Around this time, Nova actually had a job. While he didn't dox his workplace this time on TikTok, he did drop a few hints on his shiny new Discord server, suggesting that he was working at Subway. Unfortunately for him, one of his longtime trolls figured out exactly where he worked, contacted the manager, and shared all the dirt about Nova's online behavior. As a result, he was fired on September 30th, just 3 days after launching his new server. Predictably, Nova had a complete meltdown on Discord. He went off the rails, cursing everyone out and once again suggesting that he wanted to unalive himself. In an attempt to defend himself, he told the trolls that he had never in his life thought about touching kids. Later, during a live stream, Nova shared that his aunt was fighting to get his job back, and that he was trying to apply for other jobs as well. According to him, the manager fired him because they were scared the trolls would keep spamming the store with calls and messages. Nova, of course, thought that was a dumb reason to fire anyone, completely ignoring the fact that he was the one who had invited this chaos into his own life in the first place.
I don't work at Subway anymore. But my aunt is fighting to get my job back, while I try to find other jobs in case it doesn't work. Walmart considered me for a few hours and flat out denied me. Because I was fired for a ludicrous reason. My aunt is saying that's actually illegal for them to fire me like that. They fired me because the trolls found out the exact Subway I worked at, and my boss was scared for the reputation of the location, and they fired me because of it. Wasn't even my fault. Luckily, I have an interview with Del Taco on Thursday.
But that wasn't the only trouble Nova was getting himself into after creating his new server. Within the same week that he was fired from his job, his Discord was completely raided. and the timing couldn't have been worse. While Nova was busy streaming and playing the Harry Potter game, chaos broke out behind the scenes. The raiders took over his server and hosted a stage channel where they began streaming extremely disturbing NSFW and animal gore content. This horrifying stream went on for almost 15 minutes, all while Nova remained blissfully unaware, continuing to play his game as if nothing was happening. Members of the server kept pinging him and his moderators, trying to alert them about what was going on, but neither Nova nor his team managed to handle the situation before things spiraled out of control. When the mess was finally contained, people in the chat were furious, trashing both Nova and his moderators for their incompetence. Eventually, Nova's team issued an apology, claiming that they were understaffed and couldn't respond fast enough. However, many users pointed out that the real issue wasn't just staffing, it was the fact that his moderators didn't even have proper permissions to moderate the server effectively. And that brings us to another glaring problem with Nova's brand new server, his refusal to make it 18+. Despite countless people, including his own moderators, urging him to mark the server as adults only, Nova simply ignored every warning. The fact that Nova's server had no age restriction quickly became one of its biggest and most dangerous flaws. Because it was open to everyone, minors and adults freely interacted, often in completely unmonitored spaces. Screenshots from the server show a 16-year-old member conversing with adults, while inappropriate jokes and even NSFW discussions took place right in front of moderators and Nova himself. Despite multiple warnings from community members urging him to make the server 18+, Nova refused to take action, showing an alarming lack of concern for the safety of younger users. Over time, several moderators became uncomfortable with the situation. Some of them stepped down, citing the lack of boundaries and oversight. One mod even revealed the reason the server wasn't marked 18+ was because some people didn't want it to be. Then things escalated in a way that shocked everyone. During a voice call within the server, a member, reportedly an OnlyFans creator, began displaying adult toys and explicit content while underage users were still in the car. Panic broke out as members tried to alert Nova and his team. One moderator known as Chris Hansen was visibly distressed, admitting in the chat that he didn't know what to do and that Nova likely wouldn't take him seriously. While the mod attempted to delete the call to stop the stream, it kept being recreated and the inappropriate content continued. When Nova finally responded, instead of taking accountability, he dismissed the incident by saying, "I was freaking asleep. I couldn't take care of it." This entire situation pushed Nova's community and even his remaining supporters to the edge. People were furious with how carelessly he handled everything. Many called him a man-child who refused to take accountability for his own actions. Some even went as far as to send screenshots of the NSFW disaster to Kiwi and Smokey McSee, ensuring that the situation reached every corner of the online circles that had previously covered Nova's controversies. In response to the outrage, Nova finally posted an update on his server, claiming that he hadn't been able to handle the incident sooner because he was taking a nap. He promised to lock down the server for a few days, insisting that people just needed to behave, and announced that everyone involved in the explicit content would be promptly banned. A few days later, Nova said he and his mods were planning to launch a brand new 18+ server, supposedly to avoid another repeat of the chaos. But here's the kicker. Despite all the outrage and exposure, he had no intention of deleting his old server, where minors were still active. He simply said he wouldn't be as active there anymore, leaving the unsafe space to exist as it was. That decision did not sit well with the trolls. Seeing that Nova refused to take real action, they took matters into their own hands. Within days, Nova's Discord was hacked again by the same group that had compromised his previous server. The hackers openly bragged about their success, posting proof and mocking Nova across his own server. This time, Nova completely lost control. He broke down publicly on Discord, saying his life was over and claiming he had attempted to harm himself. Over the next few days, he sent multiple disturbing messages to others, saying things like, "If I don't recover, my next home will be the graveyard." He also began venting to people about how miserable his life had become, openly admitting that he had no job, no real-life friends, and that his career was basically over. For several days straight, Nova trauma dumped on random Discord users and fans instead of seeking professional help. His messages were dramatic and self-pitying, saying things like, "Hugs won't heal my scars," and that it would take him a long time to recover from this trauma. He also revealed that he had applied to McDonald's, something he considered humiliating and beneath him. According to Nova, he had already applied to numerous jobs over the past few months, but nobody wanted to keep him. Then on October 15th, 2024, Nova's Discord server was finally deleted. The news spread quickly, and most people assumed it was only a matter of time before he launched yet another one, since that had always been his cycle. But this time Nova actually appeared on TikTok and said that it wouldn't be a good idea for him to start a new server so soon, given that his previous one had been hacked barely a month after its creation.
Hey guys, after the whole Discord situation today, I think it's best that I not open up another server right away. I'm probably going to wait for about 1 or 2 months before I try again, because that server got hacked not even a month into its opening, and oh my god, ended in a disaster.
At this point, his online reputation was in absolute ruins, and his financial situation was equally bleak. With no income and no stable job, Nova started making desperate pleas to his TikTok audience, asking them to help him find employment.
This video for now, because this doesn't really apply to people under 18. But hey guys, if you're in the Spokane Valley to Coeur d'Alene Circle area, I am looking for a new job. My email's in my description. If you're a manager at any place, I'm desperately looking for a new job. Or if you work at a place you know is hiring in those cities, let me know. I am desperate for a job right now. Anyways, yeah, I'll hear from any of y'all soon.
This unsurprisingly backfired spectacularly. Trolls began sending him fake job offers and emailing him bogus opportunities, further humiliating him and exposing his growing sense of hopelessness. Around this time, people also began noticing the absolutely filthy state of Nova's living environment. He uploaded a TikTok video featuring his microwave, and there are genuinely no words to describe how disgusting it was. The inside was caked with grime, splattered with dried food, and looked like it hadn't been cleaned in years.
Gordon Ramsay's beef Wellington bites. I know it's dirty. Not long left. Woo! Total cook time, 18 minutes. Effort level, 1 out of 10.
Soon after, pictures leaked from his Discord showed this same kind of chaos. An unkempt computer desk, piles of junk everywhere, and a general sense of neglect. Nova himself didn't seem to care. In fact, he accidentally gave viewers even more glimpses of this messy room while recording TikToks. One particularly infamous clip showed a bookshelf so overloaded and cluttered that it looked like it could collapse any second.
At the same time, if you're in the device that I am holding, then you are being recorded on my iPod. You can see it in the reflection of my Google Pixel. Guys, if you are being filmed on...
People immediately started roasting him in the comments, making fun of how ridiculous it looked. And funnily enough, not long after all the mockery, Nova actually dismantled the entire shelf from his wall. Around this time, Nova somehow managed to land another job. But in true Nova fashion, he got fired again and ran straight to TikTok, pleading with viewers to help him find a new job. Despite trying to keep his new workplace a secret this time, people eventually discovered that he had been working at Walmart. It's unclear whether trolls got him fired again or if he was simply let go for other reasons. But either way, he ended up unemployed once more.
Hey 18 plus fans, I'm looking for a new job. Again. I guess Walmart wasn't the right fit for me. And yeah, here's all my, that's my Walmart vest. But hey, Walmart wasn't the right fit for me. If you guys live in the eastern Washington, northern Idaho area, between Spokane Valley and Coeur d'Alene, hit me up on my email. My email is in my bio. So, guys, I'm desperately looking for a new job. Hit me up if you haven't.
Miraculously, after a few weeks, he managed to find another job that required him to wake up very early, though he didn't reveal where. But before anyone could even process that small win, things got worse. Screenshots from Discord leaked again. This time from a girl Nova had been trauma dumping on during his depressive spiral. The messages showed Nova talking about suicidal thoughts and saying deeply inappropriate things to her, despite knowing she was underage. It was yet another disturbing glimpse into how far Nova had fallen, both emotionally and morally. This is probably one of the main reasons Nova kept refusing to make his Discord server age-restricted. Chances are he was talking to and trauma-dumping on several other underage users there. It wasn't just about negligence anymore. It seemed like he actively wanted to keep younger audiences around for attention and sympathy. Around this time, Nova also started spending an unusual amount of time playing Harry Potter games, especially the Quidditch ones, which he often streamed live. Fans noticed he was also buying heaps of Harry Potter merchandise. Wands, robes, collectibles, you name it. It almost seemed like he was trying to escape reality and live inside the fantasy world of Hogwarts instead of dealing with his collapsing real life. By December 2024, as he had promised, Nova launched a new Discord server. 2 months after losing his previous one, and unsurprisingly, history repeated itself as the new server was instantly flooded with minors once again. Despite everything that had happened, Nova made no effort to prevent underage users from joining, which raised even more concern about his intentions and judgment. Before the year ended, Nova seemed to have a moment of self-awareness. Maybe he finally realized that living in a house buried under clutter wasn't exactly helping his already shattered public image. So he began what he called his cleaning saga on TikTok. He posted countless videos showing himself cleaning, decluttering, and trying to make the place livable again. He even went live multiple times to prove he was finally getting it together.
Every time that I get the counter a little bit messy or whatever, it's been so much easier to clean up. So really, in reality, when I do this house cleaning saga, I am really actually making things easier for myself in the future. Do it now, get it out of the way, and do it most of it before spring. Part 4 to the house cleaning saga. I am capable of changing. All these dishes I just did during my life, they still need to dry. Just these dishes, this little pile right here, this crock pot, couple of small pans, and this little bit right here that I'm gonna move to the sink in a little bit. That's all the dishes left. I had to clean every single dish we had because they were all dirty. Now I'm going to admit, I kind of let a little bit of stuff pile on here, but in the next cleaning stream, it's gonna be put in the cupboards down below. My time is now. You can't see my past self. The redemption arc is now.
But unfortunately, he never really saw a proper conclusion to the so-called house cleaning saga. A few parts into this series, Nova began whining about how exhausting the whole process was. And then, just like that, he abandoned the entire idea.
Because I can't clap right now, I did the snap. I was going to do a part 12 to the house cleaning saga, but this right behind me is the worst part of the house. Because this has to be done in multiple parts. So I'll just show you what I've got cleaned so far. It is like 11:30 at night right now. The energy in me was zapped. So I didn't get much done. Like as I said, I removed the keep calm and carry on and put it up on my wall. And then I'm gonna bag up all these clothes in the morning and take up a lot less space. And then I'm also gonna drag them down to the laundromat when I can. And then pretty soon that part of my floor will be usable again after I don't know how long. But that's what's upcoming. And I'll show you a before and after. Also, I just wanted to give an update on the house cleaning saga. So, house cleaning saga streams will no longer happen, but the videos will continue. As you can see, I've gotten a ton of dishes done. They're all right here. They just need to dry.
What's interesting is that despite all the effort and endless cleaning videos, nothing really changed. In a cooking video he uploaded shortly after, viewers immediately noticed the same filthy kitchen, dirty countertops, and sink overflowing with dishes.
Favorite seasoning blend, Spog. I also like to add a little bit of lemon pepper for a citrus kick. I'm also going to add a little sesame oil to the pan. I just put the salmon in the oven. I just want to show this real quick. Look at that fat render. That looks amazing. This is not a drill. This is...
To make things worse, Nova's financial situation was still a disaster. He had lost his job once again, And instead of fixing things offline, he turned to TikTok to beg his audience for help, asking them to find him a job or even hire him in their own companies. In one of his TikTok videos, Nova proudly shared how many job offers he was supposedly receiving from his fans. He looked genuinely happy, thanking everyone who had reached out to help him get back on his feet. For a brief moment, it seemed like maybe things were turning around for him.
And I just wanted to give a massive shout out to the fans who helped me get a brand new job. For real, it actually means a lot for the fans that helped me out. I just wanted to give a massive thank you for helping me get a job. Going back into the restaurant industry and working on my customer service skills. So, yeah, very glad to get back into it.
I'm sure that a lot of you can.
But as always with Nova, that joy didn't last. Just a few days later, he was back on TikTok looking completely defeated, saying that the job offer he'd accepted was actually fake. According to him, it had all been a setup, another cruel prank pulled by trolls pretending to hire him. The disappointment on his face was obvious, but what made the whole thing worse was that in the same video, he once again asked his followers to help him find a job.
Adri, the last job offer I got was fake. If you're a manager looking for an employee in the restaurant business with food handler certification, you know where to hit me up. I feel defeated and broken.
At this point, it was hard not to wonder how Nova didn't see the pattern. His followers weren't genuine fans. They were mostly trolls who thrived on his misery. Expecting them to help him find a job was like asking a fox to guard a henhouse. Still, Nova kept repeating the same mistakes, trapped in this endless cycle of humiliation and desperation. Unemployed and unable to pay rent to his mother, Nova became increasingly desperate for online attention. He started posting bizarre content in hopes of going viral again. One of his most infamous stunts was reviewing the shower at his gym. Before that, he had already done a gas station shower review, which gained moderate traction online.
But this location does not, so that means that the gas station showers immediately have a point up. But before we hop in, let's check out the water pressure on this thing. Pretty good, but it's not interchangeable unlike some of the gas station showers. Okay, I am out of the shower right now. I feel so much better. I'm actually going to head inside of the shower stall where it is warmer. But, how good are gas station showers? Part 2. Let's find out. Oh, hi there. I would like to purchase a shower, please. Oh, there it goes. Alright, once again, we are in. So, because of the success of my first shower video, today we are doing another one. So Pilot does give you soap and fresh towels as well. But however, I had brought my own just in case. And it looks like they also have a fan in here as well, so it does not get too hot. Let's check out the water pressure real quickly. If I can find out how to turn the thing on. Alright. Water pressure, not the best. Alright guys, I'm gonna go take my shower. I'll be right back. Smokey, Kiwi, I know y'all are gonna have a field day with this video, but I'm just gonna do my review and my final thoughts right now. It ain't as good as Luxe, but it's got the interchangeable shower head, which means you can have different modes on the shower, which is why the pressure was oh shit, I almost fell. Anyway, as I was saying,
During his now infamous interview with Kiwi Tapes, Kiwi even asked Nova why on earth he was showering in public places instead of at home. Nova's excuse? His shower head was broken.
Yeah. And I just wanted to ask, yeah, so
what about the gas station showers?
Yeah!
Can
those
I
are
ask,
fire.
Yeah, so what's your fascination with them? Why don't you just get a shower at home?
My shower does work at home.
But so why don't you
Just
use it?
the water pressure, right?
Well, the water pressure at my home is fine too, but our shower head's kind of a little up, but I'll still use it.
Mm-hmm.
No,
and it's nice to like go shower with other people too. Like, it's kind of cool to be like in a little.
I know.
Look,
I
it's
wanted to do it to
European.
prove the viewers I originally showered.
Mm-hmm. It's very.
From this clip alone, you can instantly tell how lazy and directionless Nova really is. Instead of taking a few minutes to fix his broken showerhead, he'd rather go out of his way to bathe at public places like a gym or even a gas station and proudly film himself doing it. It's honestly baffling. Around this same time, the US government began discussing a potential TikTok ban, which sent many creators spiraling into panic, including Nova. For someone who was already hanging by a thread financially, the idea of losing his only source of income was devastating. But instead of handling it calmly, Nova did what Nova does best. He turned it into content. He uploaded a video of himself ranting and raging, shouting about how unfair it was that TikTok was being banned and how nobody was hiring him. The meltdown was so over the top that it almost felt like satire, but sadly it wasn't.
Well, guys, this is it. If you're an American and seeing this, this may very well be the last TikTok you're seeing from me. If my VPN strategy does not work out, then it's game over for me unless I find a second job. I'm really struggling. Not even McDonald's wants to hire me. Nobody wants to. Don't crash out, Nova. Do not crash out on your last video.
Nova.
And just when people thought he'd learned his lesson about trusting random strangers online, Nova fell victim to another job scam. Someone emailed him pretending to offer him a job and he believed it. Unsurprisingly, it turned out to be fake.
I think I fell for it again. Victim to another fucking fake job offer. My god, I fell for it twice. Unless the supposed supervisor can somehow prove to me that it wasn't fake, then I fell for it again. I asked Gemini, there's no mention of a restaurant opening up at the address they provided.
At this point, it was pretty clear that Nova wasn't just unlucky, he was milking his unemployment for content. I mean, how likely is it that someone genuinely falls for 3 fake job offers in a row? It's far more likely that Nova saw the engagement these job hunt videos were getting and decided to keep the pity train rolling. According to Nova himself, he lost at least 7 jobs in the past year. While he often blames the trolls for calling his workplaces, it's hard to believe every firing was because of them. Because, let's be real, we've all seen just how insufferable Nova can be. The constant whining, the lack of accountability, the childish behavior. It's exhausting even through a screen. Now imagine dealing with that in person in a professional setting. It's not hard to picture why no workplace wanted to keep him around for long. His attitude alone could drive anyone up the wall. Then in February 2025, we actually got a first-hand testimony from one of Nova's former coworkers. And let's just say it confirmed everything people had already suspected. According to this person, Nova had become somewhat of a local celebrity in their area, and not for good reasons. Everyone apparently knew about his bizarre online persona and the fact that he sucked on binkies. The coworker even mentioned that during one of their breaks, Nova was recording a food review at work, being loud and obnoxious while others were just trying to enjoy a few quiet minutes. The employee said people often found him impossible to work with.
You know, I got the clip, and I'll play it right now.
But that's not exactly what happened. The government has a nice accent to the top. It's perfect.
So the video really does not do it justice. Bro was loud as fuck. As fuck. Everyone in the place could definitely hear him. It was talking over everyone's shit. It was just fucking terrible.
According to this testimony, Nova's behavior wasn't just a one-time thing. He reportedly did the exact same stuff at every job, recording, attention-seeking, and turning workplaces into his personal performance stage. So when he complains about getting fired repeatedly, maybe the trolls aren't entirely to blame this time. It seems Nova's worst enemy has always been Nova himself. With that being said, 2025 also did not bring any change in Nova's behavior. If anything, he somehow became even more unhinged, and things genuinely took a turn for the worse. In fact, some of the incidents that unfolded in just the first few months of the year are so bizarre that they'll absolutely blow your mind. The first major thing people discovered around this time was Nova's involvement in a Facebook group dedicated to adult fur babies. Now, this is the type of behavior the internet already strongly suspected. For months, trolls have been exposing him as not only a diaper-wearing age regressor, but also a furry. His presence in this specific group didn't just hint, it confirmed everything people had been speculating. Moving into 2025, Nova's job search was still going nowhere. He continued going online, venting about not being employed, blaming everyone but himself, and constantly asking his viewers to help him secure a job. He frequently posted self-loathing rants about his situation. He even mentioned that his mother, with whom he currently lives with, expects him to contribute to rent, and that getting employed was supposedly important for him to support her and improve his financial situation. But here's the kicker. Despite repeatedly emphasizing how financially ruined he was, Nova still couldn't get a grip on his spending habits. Over the past few months alone, he's bought dozens of unnecessary items, collectible CDs, custom trading cards, Harry Potter merchandise, and even water bottles that cost hundreds of dollars.
Hey, also, the beginning of this video got corrupted. So, yeah. It was me opening up the Yu-Gi-Oh! 25th Anniversary tin, and me looking up the graded value of these cards. So you're not gonna... So, I read something online that PS3 games work on PS5. Now, Sony may not want you to know. Tried Circle. We've tried Sela. Now, let's try Arab. Out of price, this one was the most expensive at $40, when I think I paid about $25 for my Sela. Observing the bottle, this feels very well built, but it doesn't feel like it's the same quality.
On top of that, in his obsession with reviewing every junk food item within a 10-mile radius, he likely spends hundreds each month on DoorDash deliveries alone. Seeing all of this, it's really not hard to understand why Nova's financial situation keeps getting worse by the day. At this point, Nova is a 21-year-old adult still living with his mother, and naturally, his mom expects him to contribute to rent like any responsible person would. But instead of prioritizing essentials, Nova seems far more eager to blow whatever money he earns on the most unnecessary things imaginable. Even though Nova has earned some money from TikTok in the past, it's pretty clear that his recent content is not bringing in substantial income. And honestly, it makes sense. His content at the beginning of 2025 and even now is just stale and repetitive. Occasionally, someone will leak something new about him, and then we'll witness the inevitable meltdown that goes viral. But outside of those chaotic spikes, it's the same recycled nonsense every single day. For instance, he's still obsessed with reviewing literally any food item he can get his hands on. This has become so excessive that he's gotten himself sick multiple times. One of the more concerning incidents involved him getting food poisoning and then recording his dramatic reaction in the middle of the night.
Because I ordered a spicy chicken sandwich from that store today, and I ended up getting one that was wrapped like 6 times, and the veggies were not fresh at all, and they looked like dog. So,
on top of that, since he's banned from the karaoke place he used to frequent, he's now purchased his own karaoke setup at home. He's also found another place for doing karaoke because it seems like it's his one true passion. And yes, this karaoke arc has produced a few unintentionally hilarious clips.
My time, and I want to go up to this fight. It doesn't touch. There's no
Ay, must have done a beat, ho, deep, bro, and he rap, he a freak, throw, man down, call the ambulance, tell him breathe, bro, damn them boys to the car, see walk around the T-zone, what's up with these jabroni ass boys trying to see Compton, the industry can hate me, fuck come on and they mama, how many options you really got, me there's too many options, finna pass on this body, I'm John Stockton, beat your ass and have the Bible of God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show, fellas. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one to up the score with them. Welcome down. I'm sleeping with my clothes on. I came in through the window last night.
Apart from the food reviews and his unbearable karaoke sessions, Nova has also been posting a noticeable number of gym videos. And to be fair, this isn't new. He's been doing this since 2023. He has consistently shown himself at the gym, recording clips of himself doing cardio and various workouts. But despite going regularly, people have pointed out something very obvious. Nova looks exactly the same as he did when he first started. There has been no visible progress. The reason for this is pretty clear. His eating habits are downright awful. At this point, someone really needs to remind him that no amount of cardio is going to work if he's still ordering DoorDash 3 times a day and reviewing every greasy fast food item within a 5-mile radius. But it's not just the food. His workouts themselves also look off. There are multiple clips where it genuinely seems like he has no idea what he's doing. It's almost as if he paid for the membership just to use the equipment. However, he personally interprets it instead of learning proper form or getting guidance. A lot of his exercises look either ineffective or just plain incorrect. So when you combine bad nutrition with questionable workout form, the lack of results is not surprising at all. Around this same time, people also noticed a sudden spike in TikTok posts promoting his Cameo. He started offering discount deals and heavily pushing people to purchase personalized messages from him. From outside, it looked like yet another attempt to scrape together some income. In one TikTok, Nova even claimed he had 16 Cameo orders pending, bragging that his Cameo had blown up. Well, we've got some questions about this whole Cameo situation. Who exactly is buying these Cameos from him? Because realistically, there are only 2 possibilities here, and both are bad. Number 1. Option 1, Nova is lying about the number of Cameo orders he receives. In that case, he's pretending to have a backlog in hopes that people will think he's in high demand and will buy one themselves. That's just manipulative and embarrassing. Option 2, he's telling the truth, and people really are buying these Cameos. But if that's the case, then it makes the situation even worse, because Nova is selling Cameos that are barely 30 seconds long. They're not detailed, not high effort, not even entertaining most of the time. If he's truly unemployed, sitting at home all day scrolling TikTok, trauma dumping on minors, and reviewing gas station food, then recording a few Cameos should be the easiest thing in the world. He could literally knock out 10 Cameos in 30 minutes, make some quick cash, and actually pay his rent like a functioning adult. But does he do that? No, of course not. Instead, he complains about being broke, rages at the government for banning TikTok, cries about nobody hiring him, and then he claims he has 16 Cameos pending, as if that's some kind of flex. So what does that tell us? Either he's too lazy to record half-minute videos that could help him financially, or he's just making it all up for attention. Moving on, sometime in April 2025, Nova decided to slow down his job hunt and shift his focus to starting his own business. According to him, since even McDonald's wasn't willing to hire him, he needed to take matters into his own hands and revive his failing career. So he announced the launch of a paracord bracelet business. If you're unfamiliar, paracord is a type of durable rope originally used in military parachutes. It's not cheap, which means starting this business likely required a significant upfront cost, especially for someone who is already financially struggling. Nova invested in business cards, bracelet making kits, packaging supplies, and whatever else he needed to kickstart production. The only problem was convincing people to actually buy from him. Given Nova's extensive reputation online, people assumed he wouldn't sell a single bracelet. If he couldn't keep a job longer than 2 weeks, what made him think he could run an online business alone? But to everyone's surprise and disappointment, Nova did start getting orders, or at least that's what he claimed. Around the time NovaCord launched, he uploaded several TikTok videos showing himself packaging what he described as customer orders. He showed envelopes, bracelets, and shipping labels. Now, there are 2 possibilities here as well. Either Nova was pretending to have customers to make it look like the business was successful, or he was actually making sales, which would mean there are people willingly spending money to support someone with a documented history of predatory behavior. And honestly, neither scenario looks good. Around this time, Nova was also frequently live streaming himself making these paracord bracelets. And let's just say we genuinely have not seen anything more painfully boring or unintentionally ridiculous than his Novacord live streams. There was also a lot of discussion surrounding the pricing of Nova's bracelets. Despite a 100-foot paracord spool costing around $8, Nova was selling each bracelet for nearly $15, and that's without shipping or taxes. When Novacord initially launched, customers were paying at least $27, including shipping and taxes, for 2 paracord bracelets handcrafted by none other than Gabriel Gage himself. This price point is noticeably high, especially when compared to other paracord bracelets on the market that offer far better craftsmanship and unique designs. For example, if Nova is selling one bracelet for $13, you can easily find a similar or even better bracelet for around $7 on Amazon. But despite all of this, if you visit the Novacord eBay store, you'll notice a 94% positive feedback rating. We looked through several of these reviews, and many of them definitely read like real people trolling and having the time of their lives. One negative review stated, "I have video of Nova the seller agreeing with the user on his Kick account that he should spit in my eBay order." Another review read, "So nice and well-fitting. I will wear it every day from now until I die, and when I die, I will be buried while wearing it. I do wish I had more blood, sweat, and tears put into it." Yeah, that sure sounds like trolls are messing with Nova. But at this point, is it even worth it? I mean, if you really are trolling him, you're still giving him money and attention. And considering we literally have seen him interact with underage kids, there's no real point in buying his stuff and financially supporting him, even as a joke. But interestingly, not everyone is reaching out to Nova just to buy his crappy paracord bracelets and leave trolling reviews. Some people have approached him for much darker reasons. One day, Nova went on TikTok to announce that a potential buyer named Bobby had emailed him, asking a bunch of questions about the bracelets and then placing an order. At the time, Nova wasn't selling through eBay yet. If you wanted a bracelet, you had to contact him directly through email. So this guy Bobby reached out, asked several detailed questions, and eventually sent Nova a link, telling him it contained bracelet design ideas. But Nova, who had been hacked so many times, immediately recognized the link for what it was and canceled the sale.
Okay, someone tried to suck my IP during a paracord bracelet sale, and this is not fucking acceptable. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Story time. So as you guys know, I have a paracord business doing all the business that needs to be done, and it's costing me a lot of this. But still, that doesn't try to stop people from getting in the way. So right now I'm taking orders through email, and there's this guy called Bobby. Yes, I'm using the name on the email. But there's this guy, he emailed me wanting 6 yellow and green paracord bracelets, and yeah, I told him the total, and then he started asking me all these questions, like, is your paracord edible? Is your paracord strong enough for survival? Where do you ship to? Etc., etc. And I'm kind of went along with it, because I figured it might be an interested buyer. However, today, I cut off the sale. Here's why. They started asking me if I could do a weave, and they sent me a file. This file was extremely sketchy, and I told them I wasn't clicking on it due to phishing attempts. So, they sent me a link to what they wanted done, or supposedly. I found out immediately what was going on. Hey, I told him, yeah, no, I'm not falling for this. I'm cutting off the sale. You're not getting any paracord bracelets today, buddy.
If you want my
Unfortunately, that wasn't the only weird incident tied to his little business venture. Nova had accidentally doxed himself through this operation. His home address leaked, and people began sending him disturbingly nasty mail, like printed nude pictures of Cyrax. And apparently someone even mailed a graphic image along with a note specifically addressed to Uncle Drew.
Letter addressed to my uncle appeared in the mail today. He doesn't even live with me. And what it was in the letter was a very lewd picture and a very nasty message, saying that I never fulfilled a paracord order from someone who never even emailed me. That picture is going right in the garbage. This is completely unacceptable. I mean, this is the first time this ever fucking happened, And this is just completely rude and ugly. Now, another thing came into the mail that I was looking forward to.
At this point, it's important to point out that even though Nova had his little bracelet business and was earning some money off TikTok, he was still refusing to pay his mother the rent she was asking for. He was constantly complaining about not having a job, acting like he was struggling to survive. Yet somehow he kept buying ridiculously expensive things and flaunting them online. For example, in May 2025, he bought a MetaQuest 3 to replace his MetaQuest 2. And in case you're not aware, that thing cost $650.
Hey YouTube, so I'm thinking about the 16th or the 17th, I'm returning Beats Area videos to the channel. I got a MetaQuest 3S to replace my MetaQuest 2. It's gonna be freaking epic, baby. Woo!
And that wasn't the only splurge. He kept buying various other expensive items while simultaneously whining about unemployment and posting genuinely dark, concerning things on TikTok like this. At one point, things got so bad that Nova confided in someone online that he was $400 in debt. And around this time, while doing a paracord livestream, he casually suggested that he was planning to start OnlyFans soon. Viewers immediately speculated that this brand new business idea was probably just to help him pay off his debt. And honestly, they were probably right.
Soon.
If you want to really see my feet, I'm launching an OF soon.
The reason behind...
Because Nova's mental health during this period was clearly at an all-time low. On TikTok during his lives and every corner of the internet he touched, he talked about how miserable he was because of being unemployed. And these paracord live streams were not helping him at all. People were doxing him in real time, mocking him about being jobless, and pushing him into emotional meltdowns on camera. At one point during one of these paracord streams, someone actually called his mother and told her about his diaper fetish, including that he had diapers in his room. This led to a heated off-camera confrontation between Nova and his mother.
What? The f*** are they sending my mom? Like, I'm literally just here, peacefully making paracord, and people are calling my fucking mom. I did nothing to fucking deserve this. Give me a minute. I'm just sick and tired of every time I go live, trying to make things that I think would entertain my audience, and
While watching all of this unfold, you kind of end up feeling bad for his mom. She genuinely had no idea about the full extent of Nova's degeneracy. She's literally carrying his sorry ass through life, giving him a roof, letting him stay rent-free for months, dealing with his breakdowns, his drama, his online chaos. And now she has to deal with strangers calling her house to talk about his diaper fetish. And that is just sad. Calling his mother like that is pure harassment at that point. After that incident, Nova posted a couple pictures showing that he supposedly punched the wall with his fist and head so aggressively that it left a giant crack in the drywall. First of all, we highly doubt he did that on his own. Secondly, even if he did, what exactly is he trying to prove by posting the pictures? That he's dangerous, that he's emotional and misunderstood, that people should feel bad for him because he can't handle the consequences of his own behavior? Around this time, there was a clear pattern in Nova's content. He would constantly sympathy bait, presenting himself as the ultimate victim in every situation, even though he's the one who keeps making catastrophic decisions in life. Like, dude, you just destroyed your mom's wall in a house where you don't even pay rent. What applause are you expecting? A standing ovation for self-inflicted chaos? Come on. And as we get further into this story, you'll start to see that this exact behavior is why people continuously distance themselves from him. He's mentioned many times on TikTok that he has no real-life friends. But around the time all of this was happening, he did actually have a friend named Connor, who would often go live with him. Nova would talk about how much of a support system Connor was. Connor even made a post once saying he talked to Nova and convinced him to take a break from social media and work on himself. Everyone loved that idea. And based on how Connor worded the post, he seemed like the only sensible person in Nova's circle. But of course, that social media break never happened. Because if there's one thing we know, it's that Nova cannot stay away from drama. Instead, what he got was Nova announcing that Connor had unfriended him out of nowhere. According to Nova, Connor was scared of getting doxxed, and honestly, given what we've seen, who could blame him?
Biggest supports in my life now. If you want to know, Connor just unfriended me out of the blue. And he was a really big support for me. Now I have just one person left. He just dropped me out of nowhere because he's trying to remove the internet from his life. I'm on the verge of crying. How can I be okay when I barely have any supports left?
The loss of...
Not only did his friends drop him, but around this time, TikTok also removed him from the monetization program. The exact reason was never officially clarified, but what we did get was a very bitter video from Nova announcing that he would no longer be making high-effort content, which in his world translates to bowling alley food reviews and ear-shattering karaoke sessions. Nova also said in the video that he would now only focus on low-effort posts, since TikTok wasn't paying him anymore.
So, as many of you know, I got removed from the Creator Fund a few days ago. This is an announcement regarding the future of my TikTok page and basically what you should see on this month from here on out. Basically, a lot of my higher effort videos were posted on here because they take more time to make, they get more views. And I got paid for them. However, that's not possible anymore. So this month, expect a lot of Novacore related videos and more lower effort food reviews. So the higher end food reviews will be posted on my YouTube channel, which is the Novine Universe. So you can see that on my solo. Also, I'm going to be doing more Novacore live streams to promote the paracord business. I actually ended up selling 6 bracelets within the span of a few days, which is actually incredible. So, guys, TikTok thinks they can phase me. They cannot. Novine Universe, signing off.
After this, his pleas for viewers to help him find a job noticeably increased. He began emphasizing how depressed and hopeless he was due to unemployment, painting himself once again as the tragic victim of circumstance.
Trying the chicken parm sandwich from Capriati's sandwich shop. Once again, I'm desperately looking for a job, so if you're a manager in the Spokane Valley, the Coeur d'Alene area, actually hiring, no fake job offers, just please hit me up on my email, please. I'm begging for a job at this point. I've gone almost 6 months unemployed. And this video is going to be out right away. I'm not whacking this in my drafts like I do most videos, because I'm that desperate for a job. As expected, the sandwich is messy as It's good at least. Not gonna lie, I think Capriati's might be a new comfort meal for me whenever I'm feeling down like this. Once again, if you're a manager hiring the Spokane Valley, Coeur d'Alene area, please hit up my email with your actual @businessname.com email so I know it's real. And if you're not and you want to support me, at least check out Novacore Paracord so I can still support my mom. Novine Universe, signing off.
At this point, he really wanted people to feel bad for him, to see him as someone who had been unfairly denied opportunities, rather than someone who actively sabotages himself and refuses to take accountability for anything. As Nova's situation kept spiraling downward, and every attempt at stability crumbled almost as soon as it began, most people thought they had already seen the pattern play out enough times to know exactly what would happen next. But surprisingly, this time the story took a different turn, or at least it looked like it did for a moment. On the fateful day of May 4th, 2025, Nova finally announced on TikTok that he had managed to land a job, effectively marking the end of his 6-month-long job hunting saga. Yes, after months of crying, begging, ranting, melting down, blaming trolls, blaming society, blaming literally anything except himself, our boy finally had employment.
Hey y'all, after 5 months of being unemployed, your boy got a new job. Finally, the job search arc is over. My mom talking in the background was kind of awkward, but hey, I am super ecstatic right now, and I cannot wait.
He did not only notify about this development to his TikTok audience, but also posted on X, saying, "Since I am now employed, I'm no longer starting an OF. Thank you, God." 2 days later, he posted another update video. He excitedly shared that he had joined the night shift, talked about how the work was going, and tried to paint the situation as a fresh new start.
Hey, I'll take off the category. I noticed a lot of you were asking how my first day at work went. I worked the night shift. As you can see, it's like 10 p.m. at the time of recording this. And I'm just going to tell you how my first day went. Like, it went pretty smoothly, and I pretty much had no issues with any of my workers, except that some of them were quite annoyed at some of the tables, which is kind of fair. Like, I sometimes get how servers can be in the back of the house versus front of the house. So yeah, to answer your question, how my first work shift at the new workplace went, it went pretty smooth, no issues at all, and I actually had fun working. Like, first time being employed in 5 years, not 5 years, 5 months. Whew. Damn, I miss working. Anyways, yeah. If you're seeing this early, I'm probably gonna go live soon, making some Nova chords, so yeah, make sure to tune in. Nova Universe, signing off.
At that point, he didn't outright reveal where he was working, but he didn't really need to. The internet did what the internet always does, and within hours, people figured out that he was working at Denny's. And now, if you've been following Nova's story at all, you already know where this is going, because good things never last long in Nova's world. Just a few days into his shiny new job, a former coworker came forward on TikTok. This person just didn't make a vague claim either. He gave a detailed account of what it was like working with Nova. According to him, Nova had terrible work ethic. He constantly caused disruptions behind the counter, played loud TikTok music while working, struggled with basic hygiene, and consistently left his station dirty. The coworker even alleged that Nova tried to order him around once, as if he were in charge of something.
A lot of Nova's coworkers didn't like him. This is actually the second time that one of his past coworkers has come forward. In my previous video, I talked about a man that worked with Nova at Walmart, making a lot of the same claims as this Denny's employee. The man from Walmart had a video of Nova doing a food review in the break room, and this Denny's man's identity was confirmed by Nova himself during a stream. Neither of them mentioned any kind of harassment from the trolls, just that Nova had a poor work ethic. Nova's Denny's coworker didn't reveal too much on his current employment status, but it is widely assumed that Nova was already on the rocks with his new job, and his attitude during stream was part of the reason, raging more and more, almost always quitting his live stream out of sheer frustration. A couple of days later, Nova would dye his hair, really completing that Billy Mitchell look. Allegedly. I think that the new haircut and hairstyle was Nova trying to prove something. It was like what he said during that video with the mask, prepare for a brand new me, only the extent of that was Nova's hairstyle. He was basically the same person that he had been at the beginning of this video, only he now had a job at Denny's and claimed to have a girlfriend. And during a stream, he said he was concerned about losing both.
Thank you, Vamp and Love. I really appreciate it, but don't call me baby. I've got a girlfriend. I do not look like Leslie. Guy's a lying sack of shit. I did work with him, but a lot of the stuff he said was fucking fake. Hey, I have a job and you don't. Hey, why don't you talk about you saying the N-word? Fuck off, Smokey. You're banned. Me and Jupiter were never friends. My BSF is texting me, but we might not be just BSFs for long. I'm not sure if my girl partner is still with me. she hasn't been texting me for like ages.
So much of what he said during that stream would become incredibly ironic in the weeks to come. But for now, Nova had this cocky attitude. He thought that he had it all. The thing that he seemed to enjoy most was the prospect of getting paid. Nova assumed that this would be a new, more stable form of income. So he once again started what he calls his high-effort food reviews, this time reviewing spicy chicken.
Well guys, it's time. I never wanted to do it, but we're here. Houston, Texas hot chicken with the Houston We Have a Problem challenge. It is actually so freaking busy in here, no joke. Hello, can I do the sandwich and tender combo?
Okay, what spice level would you like today?
So on the sandwich, I would like to do the mild, and on the tender, I'm gonna do the Houston We Have a Problem. Alright guys, we're filling out the waiver. There's only one acceptable drink for this occasion, and that is Dr. Pepper. Not gonna lie, I'm actually shaking a little bit. I'm a little bit scared. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna regret this. Oh, I'm tapping. 2 bites, it's all I can do. I'm taking the L.
Sometime later, during one of his paracord bracelet live streams, Nova confirmed that the coworker was telling the truth about having worked with him. But in classic Nova fashion, he tried to act smug and dismissive, claiming the coworker was lying and insisting that he still had his job, so everything was totally fine. Except everything was not fine. By May 15th, Nova was back to posting cryptic, depressive TikToks. While he did not say what was wrong, people figured out on their own that he was unemployed once again. And sure enough, viewers were correct in their suspicion. Nova had actually quit his job. And this time he didn't get fired due to the trolls. He voluntarily quit before his 3 weeks were even over. After begging for employment for half a year, he walked away from the one job he finally got. Sometime after this, on around May 30th, his former coworker once again came forward to speak about the real reason Nova left his job. He gave an interview to Bloodspeth, where he revealed more details about Nova's notoriously terrible work ethic. The information he shared was that Nova was not actually fired. Instead, he willingly left the job after claiming he was earning enough from Cameo to support his lifestyle. This person also revealed a few damning things about Nova. While he personally never witnessed Nova acting on his diaper fetish in the workplace, one of his colleagues did reportedly see Nova wearing what appeared to be a diaper during work hours. The coworker emphasized that the reason he finally decided to speak up was not to bully Nova, but to clarify exactly why Nova struggles to maintain employment. Nova had been making TikToks insisting no company wants to hire him because of online harassment, when in reality his poor work ethic and generally insufferable behavior played a major role.
Saya nggak terlalu mikirin dia. Dan saya kerja beberapa shift sama dia dan dia suka buang-buang piring bekas persiapan dan menaruhnya di bak cuci piring. Begitu. Ya, dia bisa dengan mudah mengelapnya di wastafel persiapan dengan air pembersih yang bisa dia akses. Jadi, dia pada dasarnya pemalas, gitu maksud kamu. Oke, kedengarannya seperti Nova yang saya kenal. Jadi, berapa lama yang lalu? Saya ingat dia bekerja selama 2 minggu. Dia tidak dipecat. Saya rasa ada kesalahpahaman bahwa dia dipecat. Tunggu, jadi dia berhenti dari pekerjaannya secara sukarela. Ya. Itu menarik, dan dia menunjukkan kepada saya alasannya. Apa? Mengapa? Rupanya, dia punya akun Cameo dan dia bisa menghasilkan cukup uang di Cameo untuk menghidupi dirinya sendiri. Wow, maksud saya, jadi, aku sendiri tidak menyadarinya, tetapi ku dengar dari sahabatku dan teman sekamarku bahwa dia pikir dia melihatnya mengenakan popok pada beberapa kesempatan. Kau tahu, itu tidak dikonfirmasi olehku. Tetapi itulah yang kudapat dari teman sekamarku. Oke. Jadi dasar dari tuduhan itu adalah teman sekamarmu melihatnya dengan apa yang dia pikir adalah popok. Ya, titik. Oke. Begitu, Meham.
Yo, I think that's his channel name, you know. But I don't really keep up with him at all, and I don't intend to make any more content on him after this. This is probably going to be my last time talking about him online. I just wanted to pop in, and tell everyone, hey, this is how he worked. You feel me?
This interview ultimately cemented the idea that Nova may not actually be interested in maintaining a stable job in the first place. The depressed, unemployed victim persona garnered sympathy and pity views, which translated into engagement and attention that Nova craved. And he wasn't just playing the victim card during this time, he was also running what essentially became a fraudulent business operation through his paracord shop. When he first launched his store, he repeatedly insisted that a portion of the proceeds would go to charity. This was a major selling point, especially when appealing to the empathetic viewers. He'd even written the name of his business in his bio as Paracord Bracelets for Mental Health. It was very evident that he was trying to get unsuspecting viewers, especially people who didn't know anything about his controversies, to purchase bracelets under the impression that they were supporting a meaningful cause. And based on what Nova shows on TikTok, the business does seem to make sales. He's constantly live streaming himself making these bracelets, and he frequently posts packing and shipping videos. And mind you, these bracelets are not cheap, so if his shop is selling consistently, doesn't that mean he should be donating money to charity like he promised? Well, that question eventually came up during one of his live streams, and Nova finally made a video addressing it. He shared screenshots as proof that he was donating to mental health facilities and LGBTQ support groups. Except there was one problem. The donation amount was $1.30.
Hey, also, for those of you who still don't believe that I actually do donate to charities, I'm actually going to prove it to you. Right here is a official donation receipt for NAMI DC, and this is just based off of one of my orders, so $1.30 has been donated to NAMI DC. And here's another one for the Autism Society of Washington. Yeah. And one thing, guys, if you're seeing this blue and yellow ribbon up there, that means that the sale supports charity. Basically, that means eBay takes a little bit more of the funds out than they're supposed to, and then they donate it to the charity of your choice. And right now I'm supporting a lot of LGBTQ and mental health organizations because that's what Novacord stands for. Paracord Bracelets for Mental Health. Anyways, that's proof. Novi Universe, signing off.
We should all take a brief moment of respectful silence for Nova's audacity. Aside from these bizarre incidents, everything in his life after losing his job seemed pretty routine. He was still ordering takeout and reviewing food almost daily. He was still doing karaoke, and he was still throwing shade at Kiwi and Smokey during live streams and videos. Occasionally, he would also post emotionally charged videos like this to fish for sympathy.
Alright, guys. This is not my usual type of video, I'm just chillaxing right now, but something's been on my mind lately, and I need to get it off my chest. It's been bothering me for the past, year and a half, and I feel like it's time I finally, say something about it, get it off my mind. So, I feel like I'm just really behind in life. So, I'm class of 2022, right? And I go on Facebook once every 1 to 2 months. And every time I do, I see some of my former classmates, some of the same ones that I graduated with, are way more ahead in life. They're starting families, they're getting married. I haven't done any of that yet. I feel so far behind, and it's been making me hella depressed.
At the beginning of 2025, a lot was happening in Nova's online world, but even more was collapsing behind the scenes. His mother's health was deteriorating, his uncle was reportedly being harsh with him, and his financial situation was absolutely going down the drain. And apparently Nova was venting about all of this to people on Discord, including an online friend who many believed was also his romantic interest. At the start of May, screenshots from Nova's private chats leaked online, revealing a lot that was going on behind the scenes. A troll named Neil Dinky released a collection of these messages, and they painted a very clear picture of Nova's life at the time, especially his finances and his relationship with his already ailing mother. One leaked conversation shows Nova breaking down over losing his creator fund earnings. He told this person that he was $400 in debt and that he felt completely hopeless. So hopeless that he said he didn't want to be alive anymore. These messages appear to have been sent around the period when he was desperately searching for a job but had not yet been hired at Denny's. Another screenshot revealed Nova telling this same person that he believed he was in love with 2 people at once and that he might be interested in a polyamorous relationship. Meanwhile, additional Discord leaks showed Nova trauma dumping on random strangers, asking someone to ship him Jack Daniels, and trash-talking his aunt by saying she probably didn't take her meds today. Nova also admitted on Discord that he is a furry. This is something he's never openly acknowledged on his public platforms. And he didn't just casually mention it, he specifically said that his fursona is a fox. This wasn't some joke or trolling attempt, he was completely serious here. In another conversation within the same server, Nova mentioned that his mother was sick and that the hospital was keeping her overnight. But instead of expressing any real concern or anxiety over her condition, he immediately shifted the conversation to the TikTok food review he was planning to film next. The disconnect was seriously unsettling. For context, Nova has previously stated himself that his mother has lymphedema and is likely disabled. Many people online also assume she may be receiving welfare due to her limited mobility. Knowing this makes the situation even more disheartening. On top of managing her own serious health issues, she's also dealing with a fully grown, unemployed son who spends most of his day live streaming and talking to strangers about diapers and his life problems. Speaking of diapers, yes, that topic resurfaced again. Neil Dinky leaked another screenshot where Nova explained that he had punched a hole in his mother's wall during an argument. Many people speculated that this fight happened because someone contacted his mother and told her about Nova keeping diapers in his room, but this has never been confirmed. And remember the screenshot where Nova claimed he was $400 in debt and completely financially unstable? Well, around that same time, he was also purchasing expensive watches worth hundreds of dollars, all on credit. So while Nova was presenting himself online as a victim of circumstance, struggling and misunderstood, the leaked messages painted a very different and far more chaotic reality. Between all this chaos, do you know what else was missing? A brand new, disastrous Discord server. And of course, Nova filled that gap by proudly announcing that he would be launching a brand new 18+ server. Because yes, clearly that's exactly what the world needed. Another Nova Discord server.
Ladies and gents, tomorrow, another big announcement about NovaCord is coming soon. And the relaunch of the Discord server is coming soon. And this time, it's 18+. So I know nothing's bad's gonna happen to it. Anyways, yeah, that's it.
He announced the server on May 24th, and unsurprisingly, not even a full week passed before it was nuked again, and it happened live while he was doing one of his famous paracord bracelet streams. This entire event instantly became one of the most hilariously chaotic moments in Nova's online lore. Here's how things went down. Nova launched the server toward the end of May, and almost immediately, everything started going downhill. For starters, he was openly using the server to beg for money. Both he and one of his moderators were telling people to donate, claiming that Nova needed $900 to give to his mother. According to Nova, his mom was furious at him because he wasn't paying rent, and she was demanding he give her $900 until her SSI was approved. Around the same time, Nova also claimed that he had been in a car wreck. Before mentioning anything publicly on TikTok, he first told his Discord community and even sent photos of the supposed wreck as proof. But the situation wasn't quite what he made it seem. It turned out Nova wasn't just sharing the wreck story to update people, he was attempting to generate sympathy, and more specifically, pity donations. Later, a leaked screenshot surfaced showing him telling one of his Discord moderators that he planned to go live and talk about the wreck, and that he was hoping people would feel bad enough to send him money. But that was not the only odd thing happening on this server around this time. Even though he claimed the server was strictly 18+ and said he had measures in place to verify ages, minors still flooded in almost immediately. Not only that, people quickly noticed that Nova was still friends with a 17-year-old girl on Discord, despite insisting he was enforcing age restrictions. There were screenshots from his server of someone calling Nova out because he had made a 15-year-old girl moderator simply because he liked her singing in voice chat. And it didn't stop there. More leaked screenshots showed a 14-year-old chatting in the server, while at the same time, NSFW conversations and topics were happening openly due to terrible moderation. Nova's new server was named NovaCord Paracord Shop. In theory, it was supposed to be a place for him to connect with his community and also sell his paracord bracelets. In reality, it became a chaotic mix of trolling, desperation, and extremely questionable behavior. Naturally, the server was already packed with trolls from the moment it opened. And of course, it wasn't long before Nova's longtime trolls found the server and did exactly what everyone knew was going to happen. But the funniest part, this time it all happened while Nova was live streaming on YouTube. So his meltdown, his freakout, his entire spectacular crash was captured in full, unfiltered glory. On the night of May 27th, Nova was calmly doing a paracord stream, talking about how he planned to enforce the 18+ rule and require people to show ID or be banned.
Alright, we are live. I don't know if I should go live on TikTok or not, but we're back. No, I'm not muted. Oh yeah, let me share the Discord link in the chat. It's another way to order your paracords as well. But I haven't been able to make paracords for a bit because my finger. Oh wait, it's discord.gg/novacord. Now let's crack open the monster. No, you're not allowed to join if you're 16. Server very complicated. It's like an honor system in the server, but if you if you are suspected to be underage, you will have to ID verify. Kind of like what some 18+ servers I used to join did. Back when I first turned 18, you had to verify by ID or else you'd be banned from the server. Anyways.
When he was doing this stream completely unbeknownst to him, his server was already being dismantled behind the scenes, and what followed was legendary. Viewers watching the stream were already rolling their eyes because the screenshots proving he'd been befriending a 17-year-old and giving moderator roles to a 15-year-old girl were already circulating online. So the speech about age verification just came off as laughable. Then a few minutes into the stream, trolls flooded the server in mass numbers. Within moments, the server was nuked. Every channel name was changed to variations of "Fat gets hacked." People dropped memes, and even shirtless pictures of Nova began circulating across the server. It was total chaos, and Nova's reaction was caught live. He crashed hard, yelling, spiraling, and losing control right there on stream. This was one of those iconic Nova moments, the kind that goes down permanently in the lore.
I'm gonna give my helper a call real quick. The fuck? Oh no. Oh no, not the server! The server got nuked! Server! No! I swear to God. And there goes the server. Seriously? Me sideways! Not even 5 days. The server's already gone.
After this, Nova started streaming from a different angle. And honestly, it was like switching seats on the Titanic. The ship was still going down. We just got a better view.
I want to die, I swear to God. And there goes the server.
The next day after this fiasco, he uploaded another video swearing he would never make a Discord server again. He crashed out again in that video too, and by crashed, we mean he acted completely unhinged, emotional, and erratic. And because the internet loves chaos, this video went viral, like truly viral. To date, it's racked up over 17 million views. After months of trying desperately to go viral again, Nova finally succeeded.
I'm never being on another Discord server again. This is fourth. My life, everything. I'm done.
Even after all this Discord disaster was not over yet, because some days later, screenshots from his server began to leak, and they did not paint a very good picture of Nova once again. This time, countless photos of Nova dressed in a onesie got leaked. Not only that, screenshots of him doing a video call with a stranger online were also found in his Discord, and there were several pictures of him holding a plushie and sucking on a binky. In fact, 2 pictures of Nova's giant pacifier collection also surfaced, and one picture in particular got the attention of the viewers, not because of the pacifiers, but because something that was hidden under a sticker. The original picture that later surfaced showed that the sticker was hiding something very embarrassing. Well, we'll leave it up to you to guess what it was. We can only say that Nova sure feels some sort of excitement looking at pacifiers. In this picture, people also noticed the extremely filthy condition of his blanket and immediately began suspecting it was infested with bed bugs. And honestly, looking at the state of that blanket, the speculation did not feel too far-fetched. But that wasn't the only alarming thing happening. Around this time, numerous Discord screenshots were leaked showing Nova being extremely creepy with someone online. One message showed him saying that the pacifier made his mouth sour. Another screenshot had him asking someone whether they would be mad if his mouth tape or melatonin patch fell off during the night. When the person told him they wouldn't be, he replied that he wanted to be a good baby because he didn't want to be punished. In another screenshot, he could be seen saying that he was smiling under his mouth tape and asked if the person wanted pictures to see that he was being a good boy. And then there was another conversation where he described himself as an energetic little baby and said he was going to change into his onesie. If reading all that makes you uncomfortable, trust us, that is the appropriate reaction. But unfortunately, the chaos did not stop there. Around the same time, Nova was also apparently swatted at his home. More leaked messages showed him describing the incident in disturbing detail. According to Nova, the police had been told that he was holding his nephew hostage. Officers arrived, handcuffed him, and searched his entire house. But once they realized it was a false report, they began questioning him about who might have targeted him and why. Nova said that there were at least 10 police officers at his house that day. They didn't just question him, they also asked to check his call logs. According to Nova, every officer was armed, and the entire situation left him genuinely traumatized. He claimed that the handcuffs left visible marks on his wrist, and that for a moment he really believed he was being arrested for something serious. When someone later messaged him asking if he planned to make yet another Discord server, Nova said he wouldn't be making one for at least half a year. Now, say what you want about Nova, and there's plenty to say, but swatting someone is not funny. And it's not trolling, it's dangerous. It wastes police time, diverts emergency resources, escalates into life or death situations, and puts everyone in the house at risk. There was an actual case in Kansas in 2019 where a man died because of a swatting prank. That's the level of severity we're talking about here. So yeah, Nova's done some incredibly disturbing, embarrassing, and outright inappropriate things online, but swatting crosses a completely different line. It's not justice, and it's not getting back at him, and it's definitely not harmless entertainment. It's a violent act disguised as a joke. From everything we've discussed so far, it's pretty clear that Nova's life is moving in a straight downward spiral, and at this point there really doesn't seem to be any sign of improvement. Realistically, the best thing Nova could do after everything that's unfolded over the past couple of years is to simply disappear from the internet for a while. Take a proper break. Focus on his mental and physical health. Take actual accountability for his behavior and just stay the hell away from social media. He constantly talks about how his mental health is suffering. Yet every environment he puts himself in and every conflict he willingly steps into is the exact opposite of what someone trying to heal should be doing. Nothing about the chaos surrounding him helps him become even remotely better as a person. But by now you've probably understood exactly how Nova thinks. He cannot stay offline. He needs the internet the same way some people need oxygen. So of course more drama was waiting for him, and it arrived right on schedule in June. The first thing that surfaced was yet another round of leaked messages and screenshots from Nova's Discord servers. And while there was a lot of questionable content, the worst one was a shirtless image of Nova that he very clearly sent to someone. Whoever received that image, our condolences are with them. We just hope for everyone's sake that they were not a minor. Then came a particularly disturbing video of Nova sticking his tongue out in the most uncomfortable way possible. Just like that video, Nova's life, his home situation, and especially his financial state quickly turned bad and seriously bizarre after the recent Discord disaster. The trolls didn't just nuke his server, they basically nuked his entire life, leaving him with zero motivation to do anything remotely productive anymore. The dude at this point doesn't even want to start another Discord server for a long time, and honestly, we hope it stays that way. The last thing the internet needs is Nova's daycare reopening its doors. Another thing people started noticing about Nova after the Discord scandal is the absolutely filthy condition of his home. Yes, we've talked about his place being messy before, but recently it's crossed into a whole new level of unhygienic disaster. His home doesn't just look unorganized anymore, it looks like an actual garbage dump. His room and kitchen are especially concerning, with piles of trash, dirty dishes stacked like architectural monuments, and just debris and clutter everywhere you look. While he usually streams from an angle carefully positioned to hide how bad it really is, his cooking videos on TikTok don't offer him that luxury. In those clips, we get the full panoramic view, and it's genuinely disturbing. One cooking video he posted in June showed a glimpse of his fridge. And let's just say this clearly, some people's outside trash cans are cleaner than whatever is happening inside that refrigerator. And the worst part, that wasn't even an isolated moment. There are multiple videos, multiple angles, multiple instances where the state of his living environment is undeniably visible and progressively getting worse.
Any longer, so I'm gonna get it out of the fridge now. Why So Weak Challenge, Level 2, Uncle Sauce. And soon, we're also gonna do Level 3, Auntie Oil. Pasta's boiling. Add in the Uncle Sauce. Here it is. Okay. Okay. That's hot. I don't know if I can do the auntie oil. That's hot.
People online are genuinely concerned that with the amount of trash piling up, his home is likely attracting pests. And we're not talking about just a few ants or something mild. Viewers have speculated about maggots, roaches, and who knows what else crawling around in there. It's the kind of living condition where you don't just need cleaning, you need biohazard gear and a hazmat team. While we all agree that Nova's house looks downright bad, he himself doesn't seem to care at all. In fact, he posted a TikTok proudly claiming that anyone who thinks his room looks messy should see the other rooms in his house. According to him, those rooms have roaches and maggots crawling around. And by comparison, his room is the clean one. Yeah, that's the standard we're working with here.
So if you've had enough, then
After the recent Discord disaster, Nova also celebrated his 21st birthday, and with that we're seeing the beginning of what people online are calling the drinking saga. And let's just say Nova seems to be really enjoying his new legal right to drink. First off, on his 21st, he went live playing Fortnite and reportedly quit the stream after drinking just a single can of beer. Then pictures surfaced of Nova sitting at a bar wearing a bright red outfit, sparking speculation that we might be entering an entirely new, unhinged chapter of his internet arc. The outfit alone was enough to cause concern, but combined with alcohol, yeah, things are not looking promising. Nova also posted multiple videos where he's chugging full glasses of beer and casually taking shots like he's preparing for some frat house speedrun.
Conversas tóxicas estão rolando.
All of this has left people wondering if we should now expect even more livestream meltdowns. Because if Nova was already crashing out while sober, imagine the chaos now that alcohol is in the equation. And honestly, we are already seeing signs. His live streams around June were noticeably more aggressive. He got irritated faster, argued more, and had multiple mini meltdowns mid-game.
I'm fucking working on getting a job. Leave me the fuck alone. No, you probably sit on your ass all day, not knowing how shit the job market is right now. I'm applying for anything I can. No one wants to motherfucker hire. I paid the fuck up rent. Now shut the fuck Alright, that's fucking it! Run in my fucking bitch! There's Mike. I was just setting up the slow mode and everything. No, I'm not going to sleep. Get the out of here. Get some Pound Town. Yeah, I'm being careful. Who the hell am I playing as? Katana?
Apart from all of this, there's one thing Nova has recently decided to change in his life. And no, unfortunately, it does not involve cleaning his house. In a TikTok he posted in June, Nova announced that he would not be uploading food reviews anymore because he was starting a weight loss journey. He admitted that he had been trying to lose weight for a while, and although he managed to maintain his weight, he wasn't actually losing any.
Hey y'all, so I just want to sit and have a talk about what I'm going to be posting here from now on. So basically, many of you know that I am ashamed of my body and have basically been trying to lose a little bit of weight. Well, I've been maintaining my weight for so long, and I figured maybe now is the time to start decreasing it a little bit. So from here on out, I'm not going to be posting very many food reviews. I've got a ton in my drafts, but I'm not going to post any for a little bit while I try to put off some of this weight. I might be doing low-calorie drink reviews and reviews that aren't full of sugar and all that, but yeah, I'm going to try and start changing up some...
Now, if you heard that and thought, wow, maybe he's finally committing to something, well, no. Just a few days after his emotional revelation, he was back doing the same food reviews again. Like nothing happened. Like the announcement was a fever dream. On top of that, he also began posting very cryptic and dramatic TikToks. The kind that are meant to make people ask, are you okay? Saying things like he has no one to rely on anymore because even his family has started hating him. And we're just sitting here wondering, Nova, why would that be? Could it perhaps have something to do with refusing to act like an adult, refusing to step away from the internet, and being unable to hold a job longer than 2 weeks? Just a thought. From the outside, it's painfully obvious that the internet is the root of most of his chaos, not counting the extremely questionable behavior involving minors that has been widely discussed online. So maybe, and we say this with genuine sincerity, log off, take a breather, get a stable job, pay your mom the rent you owe her. Maybe then, just maybe, the people around you will start to resent you a little less. From the TikToks that Nova has been posting recently, it's clear that he's still looking for a job. But we seriously doubt the sincerity of these attempts, because realistically, we've seen this before. He has willingly quit jobs in the past while claiming he earned enough from Cameo. And mind you, he was only working 4 days a week at Denny's, just 4. And even that seemed unbearable to him. Nova has grown used to a lifestyle that revolves around sitting at home, eating, scrolling, and living on the internet 24/7. So the idea of a stable job seems more like a performance than a plan. He even posted a TikTok not too long ago listing all the places he applied to and supposedly never heard back from.
It's showing up on every single video I post when I am actively looking for a job, but nobody wants to hire me. So I've had it. I'm going to show you proof that I'm actually applying for jobs. First up, bakery assistant. They viewed my application, never heard back. Also, cook at a Mexican restaurant. Applied. They probably hit delete on my application before they even viewed it. Next up, line cook at a local bar. They viewed my application, yet I haven't heard back. Hotel housekeeper at a local hotel. They never viewed my application. Even Taco Bell hasn't even gotten back to me yet. And as you can see, these were all applied for within the last week.
Around this same time, when Nova was trying to paint himself as miserable and misunderstood, one of his former online acquaintances came forward and gave an interview. She provided screenshots of messages that she said were from Nova, messages that were once again extremely inappropriate and creepy in tone. The most disturbing part is that she stated she was underage during the period Nova was speaking to her. This interview was recorded by Solidus Nova on Twitter, a page dedicated to documenting Nova's ongoing behavior. In the video, the screenshots and messages were shown in detail. And honestly, the interview was deeply uncomfortable to sit through. Based on what she shared, it appeared that Nova was attempting to guilt trip and emotionally manipulate her into trusting him and doing what he wanted. The dynamic she described very closely resembled grooming behavior. She explained that she met Nova online and they remained in contact for over 3 years, meaning she met him when she was around 15. and continued speaking to him until she was 17.
Make a voice note because this is like way too fucking long to type out. So what happened was that I was friends with him for almost 3 years, or like about 3 years. So I was 14 turning 15 when I became friends with him, and he used to play Fortnite on Twitch. He doesn't use Twitch anymore, but he had a Twitch account, and I used to play Fortnite with him. Like, he would invite me.
She also provided Solidus Nova multiple screenshots of Nova calling her frequently and talking to her about completely random things. In several of these screenshots, she is very clearly stating that she is underage, and you can also see her expressing discomfort about a grown man calling her late at night despite knowing this.
We were playing Fortnite, and he asked me, hey, can I have your Discord so like I can text you better? And I was like, okay, cool. And the only time he would text me is just to hop on Fortnite, and I was like, okay, cool, whatever. And this is before I saw like the weird stuff about him or whatever, and I was like, okay, whatever, right? Fast forward, he like got, I guess like that account, I don't know what happened to it, but he got a new account.
She also explained that Nova would constantly trauma dump on her, repeatedly telling her that he hated his life, that everything was terrible, and that he needed emotional support. Essentially, he was expecting sympathy, validation, and comforting words from someone who is still a child. And this isn't surprising. We've seen him do this countless times on Discord. There are piles of screenshots of Nova trauma dumping on random people, expecting them to soothe him, inflate his ego, and act as his emotional caretakers. He treats vulnerable online communities like free therapy sessions. It's honestly disgusting. Moving on, the girl explained that Nova would often begin conversations with phrases like, "I'm having a really bad day," or "I hate my life," but then slowly and deliberately shift the conversation into more inappropriate and uncomfortable territory. For example, she recalled one situation where Nova expressed a desire to hug her. Considering she was only 16 at the time, she definitely felt deeply weirded out. As time went on, the situation turned more disturbing. Nova apparently started talking to her about his age regression. He told her things like she had mom energy, that her voice was soothing, and that she made him regress. And yeah, it gets worse. He supposedly showed her his stuffed animals and said he wished she was the one holding him. He even showed her his binkies. The entire situation is beyond inappropriate, and the fact that she was a minor makes it even more disturbing.
My life, like, I wish I died, and then I would respond like, why, what's wrong? And then no respond until he'd be like, I hate my life, and then I'd be like, why, what's wrong? Ah! But then he was having a contest of like, in his server, he was trying to make like, have a contest, see who could make the best merch, right? And I sent him like, hey, this is like what I think will be a good merch for you. And it was really cool. And he told me that he was going to use it, but he never used it to make merch. But then later on in our friendship, he was like, we would play games and we would do this and that, right? But then he was telling me like, oh, I hate my life. No, it's fine. And then he'd be like, oh, I hate my life. And then I'd be like, what's wrong? And usually he wouldn't respond. But that day he was like, oh, it's just the trolls and stuff, and they're saying mean things about me. And I was like, why? Like, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, they're saying I talk to little kids. And I was like, they think you talk to little kids? Like, what? And he was like, yeah, and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no, it's gonna be okay. Like, everything's gonna be better. I promise, blah, blah, blah. And everything's gonna be okay. I know, blah, 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 it'll be okay. And he'd be like, oh, thank you. And then he wanted me to join a voice call. And I've never joined a voice call with this guy besides only like voice chat and Fortnite. And he was talking to me and he was like, I'm sad. I wish I had a hug. I wish I could hug you. And I was like, really? Oh, okay. And then I'd be like, yeah, but how old was I? Like 16? I was like 16. And I was like, oh, I'm 16. And he was like, but I'm not being weird, am I? And I was like, no, it's just a little. And so like that was happening. And he was telling me like, oh, you're making me regress. And I was like, what's regress? And he was like, oh, it's where I just go back to the state of being a little kid. You make me feel like I want to be a little kid again. And I was like, why? And he's like, because you're such a mommy. And I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, you're such a mommy, you do this and do that, and you can comfort me when I'm sad. And I was like, well, I'm just being a friend. And he was like, yeah, but it's more than that. And I was like, okay, that's kind of weird, whatever. And then
The most bizarre part of this entire situation, the part we genuinely could not shake for a while, was when this girl revealed that Nova had sent her ASMR videos specifically related to age regression, and then told her to make one for him. And if you're wondering what kind of ASMR we're talking about, it's those videos where a woman or girl speaks in a cooing, baby-directed tone, the type meant to imitate a caretaker talking to an infant. We already know Nova has an obsession with this type of content. His leaked emails showed him purchasing age regression audio files, and he's made more than enough comments that confirm this fixation. But the fact that he was pushing an underage girl to create this content for him is absolutely sick.
And I was like, wait, all this makes sense, like with the diapers. And when he would talk to me, he would use like the baby voice, right? And so I went on a rabbit hole, and I was like, wait, so the guy that I consider a friend actually is not doing, like, he's a weirdo. So then I was just curious because I was like, because I was just dead ass curious. So I was asking because I seen videos about his binky, and I was like, oh, let me just ask. And I was like, do you have a binky? I think I seen a video about it. And he was like, all these trolls, they say that binkies, blah, 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 I don't. And I was like, do you? And he was like, well, I do. And so he showed me his binky, and he said that he like sucking on him, I said being a baby. Or he like would hold a stuffed animal and he would turn on his camera and be like, I wish it was you, I wish it was you. And I was like, okay, this is kind of weird, like I'm getting uncomfortable. And I was telling him I was getting uncomfortable. He was like, you think I'm a weirdo? You think I do this? You think I do that? Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, bro, what the fuck? And then he sent me, because he said that my voice was relaxing. He says that I think it's personally annoying, but you know, whatever. But he was saying that my voice was relaxing and that like he could fall asleep to it. And then he sent me like this thing of like his favorite ASMRs, and some of them would be like, mommy gives you a hug, mommy gives you kisses. And he would tell me that he wanted me to like, I guess, make one for him. Because he was so much of a mom, like I was so much of a mother or a mommy, I guess, which is weird. But I have a lot of screenshots of text between Nova. I have videos of him showing me his binky and stuff like that, which I'm very 100% like. I made a TikTok post about it, like. Not that long ago, but it got like no views, and I stopped being friends with him. I looked at him, I was like, I'm not gonna be your friend anymore, and I stopped being his friend. I like I unfriended him. I didn't block him, but he low-key was like using me for a little bit. Like, you know, it was just felt worse because it was like, you know, I was like, when he was getting diagnosed with like depression, I was his friend, and he was telling me while he was at the hospital, like getting diagnosed for depression and like anxiety and stuff like that. And I was there making sure, like, I was like, oh, it's okay, it's gonna be okay, right? But then when he started like doing the Nova Core, or when he started like more food reviews and stuff like that, he started being more of like rah 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 rah. He kind of just like stopped talking to me, and I would be like, Nova, like, what's going on? And he'd be like, fuck everybody. And then he started doing the thing where he'd like, my life, and then he wouldn't respond to me. And I was like, you know, no, I'm gonna stop being your friend, because one, you're making me uncomfortable, two, you're using me because I'm nice to you, and three, he'd be like just asking me for weird stuff, and I was like, dude, I'm just not gonna be your friend anymore.
In our opinion, Nova genuinely should not be allowed unsupervised access to the internet. People like him should not have the freedom to directly interact with minors online. He's been caught repeatedly messaging minors, befriending them, trauma dumping on them, and flirting with them, yet there seems to be no effective way to deplatform him. And honestly, when he's playing Fortnite or whatever game he's streaming, we're not convinced he's even there for the gameplay. It feels like he's more interested in connecting with younger audiences. Moving on, another former associate of Nova recently came forward to expose even more disturbing behavior. Do you remember that tweet from someone claiming to be Nova's former classmate? the one who alleged that Nova was known as a creep in school, constantly making girls uncomfortable and even writing a weird song about a 12-year-old classmate? At the time, many people doubted her claims. She never revealed her identity, and there wasn't any concrete proof she actually knew Nova. Well, very recently, this same girl came forward again, this time on TikTok, to shed even more light on her story. And to silence the people who kept saying she was lying, she included a photo of herself with Nova from school, confirming that yes, she did know him in real life. According to her, Nova was already showing extremely concerning behavior back then. She said that Nova tried to recruit many girls into his little choir group and would invite them to his house. And even though they were only 12 at the time, she alleged that Nova was uncomfortably touchy with them, grabbing them, hugging them too closely, and just generally crossing boundaries in a way that made everyone uneasy. She described a day when Nova convinced 4 or 5 girls to come up to the front of the classroom with him. And once they were up there, he started performing Love Me Like You Do in front of the entire class with a group of 12-year-old girls who did not want to be there. She said the situation became so uncomfortable and so disturbing that the teacher had to intervene, stop the entire thing, and pull Nova out into the hallway to talk to him.
Ignore my room, I'm in the middle of moving. But I think we all know who Nova is. This weirdo. I went to middle school with him, and all my friends have been telling me to make a video about it. So here we are. Just to clear off some suspicions, no, he was not a band kid. He was a choir kid. I was in the select choir. It was an all-girls choir. You had to audition for it. It was only for the 8th graders. And he was not happy that he wasn't in it. So he made his own choir outside of school and invited a whole bunch of girls that were in the select choir and the regular, like, extracurricular choir. He invited a whole bunch of us over to his house with an invitation that said, you have to be comfortable using exercise machines for music videos. So as you can see, this was from May 27th, 2017. At this time, we both would have been in 7th grade. So Gabe, Nova, whatever, sent me this text message. He wanted us to pick songs for the choir, so those were the songs of mine that he chose, whatever. He sent me his address, and I asked if my friend could come with me because I was uncomfortable. And at this point, hadn't even asked my mom because he had been pressuring me over and over again at school, telling me like, do you have an answer yet? Do you have an answer yet? So I just told him yes to get out of it. I didn't end up going, so I have no idea what happened, like, there. But he wanted us to use exercise machines for a music video because he wanted to sing Total Eclipse of the Heart. And he was very, very mad at me for not going. And he made it very obvious. He was telling people that he was really mad at me, and then I stabbed him in the back. But that was short-lived because in middle school we had a thing called Friday sharing. And it was, you'd put your name on the list, and on Friday we would go through the list, and when your name was up, you got to perform. And I was somehow in the select choir and the extracurricular choir at the same time, like different periods. So I was there in class, and he comes up and he asks like 5 or 6 of us to go up to the front of the class with him, and we're like, okay. This dude proceeds to sing Love Me Like You Do by Elle Goulding and basically Magic Mike like lap dance that, and our teacher had to stop it because we were all uncomfortable. We all were just sitting there like, because we were 12, what are you supposed to do? Our teacher told him to stop, talked him in the hallway, we moved on to the next performances. Nothing kind of came out of that. He was also really touchy, like with girls. I cannot tell you a single girl that I went to middle school with that was not uncomfortable around him because he was always like grabbing you, feeling you, some other way. This video haunts my dreams. This was my 7th grade choir concert, like spring choir. And our choir teacher wanted us to sing Can't Stop the Feeling. And she was inviting some of us to do like solos, and she wanted me and Nova to sing it as a duet. Yeah. So in this video, he's the one in the red, and I'm the one on the end of the microphones in a gray shirt.
Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. Don't need no reason, don't need control.
The way she described everything was deeply unsettling, because it wasn't just he was awkward or he was socially weird. It was that even at 12, he was displaying the same boundary-breaking patterns he still shows today. And honestly, this adds a whole new layer to the conversation, because it shows that what we're seeing now didn't come out of nowhere. It's a pattern that has been there since childhood. In July 2025, things got even messier when an old Quora account of Nova's resurfaced. And honestly, it was disturbing on a whole different level. Going through the posts on that account, it became painfully clear that Nova has been dealing with this age regression diaper fixation since he was around 17. And instead of seeking professional help, he was out here asking random strangers on the internet for guidance. The questions he asked were something. For example, he posted, "Why do I feel I need to wear a diaper every night to bed even though I don't need one?" And another saying, "How do I convince my mom I want to be put back into diapers at 17? This specific post, more than anything, makes it very clear that his mother likely does not know the full extent of what's going on. In fact, it suggests that she may have never known just how deep this obsession runs. And considering everything we've seen recently, the Discord leaks, the baby talk, the onesies, the "I want to be a good baby" messages, it's very possible she still has no idea how bad things are today. What's even more unsettling is how long this pattern has been present. This isn't some recent development or sudden mental decline. The behavior we're seeing now, it has roots going all the way back to his teenage years. And when you look at it from that perspective, it becomes painfully obvious that Nova never grew out of this stage. He just grew older while staying mentally stuck, which honestly makes this entire situation even more tragic and even more alarming. On Quora, Nova has also openly expressed his frustrations about being doxxed by the TikTok community. Based on the timestamps and the writing style in those posts, it appears these were made around the same period when his initial Discord messages first leaked online. So at that time, instead of taking accountability or reflecting on what led to those leaks, he was online venting about how unfairly he felt he was being treated. But that's not all. From the resurfaced Quora posts, Nova was also seen asking incredibly specific and intimate questions regarding his diaper-related interests. One of the most notable ones was him asking how to pee in a diaper. And what makes this particularly concerning is that this post was made only about a year ago. Beyond the direct questions, there's another consistent pattern throughout his core activity. Nova wasn't just asking for general advice related to his regression-like feelings, he was constructing elaborate scenarios in the form of questions. For instance, there's a post where he writes as if he's the mother of a 17-year-old daughter who is regressing. In this scenario, the supposed daughter suddenly begins collecting toys, watching children's TV shows, and displaying childlike behaviors. When you compare these scenario-style posts with the personal questions he asks about himself, it becomes quite clear what's happening. He's essentially trying to ask about his own situation, but through the disguise of hypothetical storytelling. This allows him to receive advice or emotional validation without having to openly claim the behavior as his own every single time. And this isn't an isolated example. There are multiple posts like this spread across his account, all following the exact same pattern. Just like his old Reddit account, Nova's Quora presence followed the exact same pattern. He wasn't just casually browsing or stumbling upon these topics, he was actively part of online spaces centered around age regression and teenagers wearing diapers. His account frequently interacted in those communities, whether by asking personal questions, responding to others experiencing similar urges, or creating those hypothetical scenario posts we talked about earlier. Apart from his old Quora account being unearthed, another interesting thing that happened around this time was Nova's PC getting bricked. He actually posted on Twitter, letting everyone know he wouldn't be active for a while because his computer had completely stopped working. Then, not long after, he went live trying to fix it himself. And that live stream quickly became a meme. The Chin Universe, a YouTube channel that basically archives everything Nova does, ended up making a hilarious edit of it. Throughout the stream, Nova was seen trying to fix the PC, but instead it looked like he was putting it through physical warfare. We're talking full-on wrestling match energy, slamming parts around, yanking cables, twisting pieces that clearly should not be twisted. It was very obvious that he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. And to make it even more entertaining, he was literally hyperventilating the entire time, just from trying to locate a couple of cords inside the case. It was less PC repair and more man versus machine heavyweight championship. And unfortunately, the machine was winning.
Holy shit, this is a pain in the ass.
Against the case, that's totally fine. Just be careful not to hit anything with your hand as you remove the cable.
Do I need to unplug like everything from the motherboard? am not fucking dense. Water destroys electronics. I am not fucking dense. You guys think I'm fucking R-worded? I am not. And I could say that because I'm autistic. Okay. Get these cables out over there. Holy shit, this is a pain in the god. Does this SATA cable need to be removed? I'm not sure. This is my computer. If you haven't seen my latest community post, do that for some context.
Against the case, that's totally fine. Just be careful not to hit anything with your hand as you remove the cable. After that, we'll move on to the top left of the motherboard and disconnect the 4 to 8 pin CPU power cable. This just depends on your motherboard. This little guy gets forgotten all the time.
Okay, I think I might have forgotten that. Let me check. Okay. Do I need to unplug like everything from the motherboard? Oh. Not right now, David. David's my brother. Ouch. Okay. So I do have to unplug this cable. It's a power supply issue. Fuck. Alexa, turn down the temperature.
Sorry, what device?
Cancel.
Canceling.
No, I'm not adding you on Discord. Oh, I felt it wiggle. I felt it wiggle. Got it. I got it. I got the CPU power unplugged. Okay.
Because it's kind of hidden in the case sometimes, so be sure that you always keep it in your mind and know that it's there. Okay, those are the 3 main power cables that you need to be aware of, but wait, we also have hard drives and serial ATA devices that require power from the PSU too, right? Well, this may vary from build to build, just depends on what you have inside. Just make sure that you remove those power connections going to your hard drives or any other device that runs off of SATA or Molex power that you may have. And just for reference, this is a SATA power connection, and this is a Molex power connection.
What in the hell are those? Oh, I need to disconnect these. Okay, that's free. Free guy. But I am not fucking dense! Water destroys electronics. I am not fucking dense. You guys think I'm fucking R-worded? I am not. And I could say that because I'm autistic. Oh, wait a minute. I can't disconnect those. Fuck off.
Alright, now that we have everything unplugged, move all the cables out of the case and out of the way and grab your screwdriver. Most PSUs use 4 Phillips head screws to secure it into the case, so you just have to...
That's already taken care of. I forgot a connection right here. Guys, do I have to unplug these cables right here?
While all of this was happening in Nova's life, around the month of July, a tragedy also struck the Gage family. On July 11th, 2025, Nova posted on TikTok announcing that his uncle had passed away. In the now deleted post, he explained that he wouldn't be posting for a while due to his uncle's death. However, the post was removed shortly after, and Nova returned to posting as usual the very next day. This moment felt strange to a lot of viewers, not just because of how quickly Nova had bounced back, but because of his complicated history with his uncle. Longtime viewers were already familiar with the tension between the two, and for newer fans, that deleted TikTok post was their first real glimpse into just how deep that divide ran. It seemed like Nova and his uncle hadn't seen eye to eye for quite some time, especially in the later stages of Nova's online career. Their disagreements went beyond typical family squabbles. They reflected a clash of values, lifestyles, and how each of them thought a person should carry themselves, both online and in real life. The tension was hard to ignore, as there were many clips of Nova completely losing his composure whenever he and his uncle had an argument.
Uncle again. No, I'm not okay. My uncle yelling at me for no reason again. Blocking my uncle is literally the equivalent to a death sentence. He hates being ignored. I'm sorry that my uncle just yelled at me for no reason. This is all part of the reason.
There are multiple videos and clips that document the fallout between the two. Arguments, heated exchanges, angry voicemails, and uploads where Nova devotes entire segments to venting about Drew or calling him out in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes it's him completely crashing out on camera and uploading those breakdowns for everyone to see. Other times it's clips of him doing a so-called manifestation dance, trying to wish that no one else ends up with an uncle like his. At least one altercation reportedly turned physical as well, highlighting just how volatile their relationship had become. Over time, these outbursts grew into a defining thread of Nova's content. What might have started as venting gradually morphed into something of a recurring spectacle, moments that blurred the line between genuine frustration and performative outrage. For fans, it painted a picture of a relationship that was as explosive as it was deeply personal, and for Nova, it seemed to fuel both his content and his reputation in equal measure. On one occasion, during a heated argument with his uncle, Nova's camera was already rolling, so viewers basically got front row seats to the entire meltdown. And let us warn you, it was not pretty at all. After probably having an intense argument with his uncle, Nova stormed into his room, slammed himself into the chair, and immediately started rage ranting like the world had personally wronged him. He kept repeating the most creative and nasty curse words we have ever heard him utter.
God damn it! Motherfucker! Cocksucker!
You see what my uncle? I missed what my uncle said, and then he went on for a full-on fucking rant. I'm done. Okay, you. Yes, I said that. I'm so mad. I don't even know what the fuck I'm saying. No, I'm not fucking okay!
Now the question here is, what could have possibly set Nova off so badly? According to later streams, the entire meltdown had started because his uncle had scolded him for failing to keep a family commitment. Nova had apparently made plans with relatives for a Friday, but forgot about them and scheduled something else instead. When his uncle called him out for it, the exchange spiraled into the outburst that viewers ended up witnessing live.
What I mean.
She's so bad. I literally chose this music because of my attitude. All it did was enhance my feelings of sadness. So if y'all don't know, if you've seen the Discord, y'all know what happened with me and my uncle again. We got into another argument. And it was for a reason too. I forgot plans that we had made for Friday and I had scheduled something else. And then he got angry at me. Because I forgot. I really need a therapist. Yeah. I have a feeling that they're gonna prescribe me medication or something. I don't really care. At this point, anything helps.
In hindsight, the reaction seemed wildly disproportionate to what had actually happened. Most people might have brushed off the criticism, apologized, or vented privately, but Nova's response was explosive and public, like the smallest spark had lit a long fused powder keg. It was a clear sign of how strained their relationship had become, but it also reflected something deeper about Nova himself, a tendency to turn even ordinary moments of frustration into dramatic breakdowns. There was also another stream where Nova launched into a long, frustrated rant about his uncle. He began talking about how he was done trusting people, insisting that he was living by a strict trust no one policy, and that included his own family. His tone grew sharper as he went on. Then, in a sudden burst of defiance, Nova raised his middle finger toward the camera, saying, "It's my effing uncle," holding the gesture for several seconds before turning back and whining about him more.
Normally with these, I cool down real quick and it's over. At this point, I'm just starting to not give a f about anything. I am under a trust no one policy. I don't trust anyone. Not even family. I don't give a f anymore. It's my uncle. That's all you need to know. There. You happy now? Will it be okay though? I may not like my uncle, but he's family.
The chat quickly filled with confusion and questions, with many asking what had just happened or what his uncle had done this time. But Nova refused to elaborate, brushing off the flood of comments and continuing his stream as though the moment hadn't occurred at all. It was one of those moments showing just how easily his simmering resentment toward his uncle could erupt without warning. But why does Nova hate his uncle so much? Nova has often said that he despises his uncle because of his supposed bigotry, calling him racist, homophobic, transphobic, and even on multiple occasions. But this explanation doesn't entirely hold up under scrutiny. For someone who's publicly condemned his uncle so harshly, Nova has also been caught defending him when it suited the moment, like when he did the Tafiachu situation on Discord. This contradiction leaves a lot of room for interpretation. Maybe Nova's defense came from a place of family loyalty, or maybe it was just another case of him reacting impulsively in the heat of drama. But we theorize that it's likely Nova doesn't actually resent Uncle Drew for the reasons he stated publicly. Instead, the real source of tension appears to stem from the fact that Uncle Drew has always been fully aware of Nova's online behavior. He had seen the content, the controversies, and the side of Nova that most family members might overlook or avoid acknowledging. That willingness and Drew's willingness to call it out directly seems to have created a rift between them that goes far beyond personal disagreements. To Nova, it may have felt invasive or judgmental. To Drew, it was a matter of honesty and accountability. According to online discussions and clips circulated by viewers, Drew had grown increasingly critical of Nova's behavior and reputation on the internet. Some of Nova's critics alleged that Drew confronted him about controversial aspects of his online presence, like the accusations and rumors that had already sparked debate among fans. Whether or not those claims were true, it's clear that Drew's willingness to address them openly only deepened the tension between the two. Uncle Drew had made it clear on more than one occasion that he believed his nephew could be reckless and in some ways even dangerous. He didn't take kindly to being dragged or slandered online, and the tension between them only grew worse after a particularly messy incident in 2025. Following one of Nova's hacking episodes, Drew's phone number was leaked on TikTok, allegedly connected to Nova's account. Furious, Drew sent a blunt text message to Nova that read, "Okay, you pervert, get my phone off of TikTok before you have an accident."
He just sent this word for word. "Okay, you pervert, you get my phone off of TikTok before you have an accident."
The message sent Nova into a full-blown panic. According to those familiar with the situation, he immediately called his mother, crying and yelling frantically about what had happened. In the recorded call, his voice was shaky and loud, alternating between sobbing and shouting as he complained that Drew had texted him again and that he was scared for his safety.
"Mom, this is urgent. Urgent. Andy just texted me again. Yes. His phone number got leaked, and now he's blaming. I'm shaking.
Gabriel, you had nothing to do with it.
He's gonna give me due. I'm scared.
Gabriel, I can't have you go to jail for his phone number somehow.
His mom tried to calm him down, telling him to stay composed until she could get home, but Nova kept rambling through tears, raising his voice and insisting that he was going to go at him, as if he was trying to convince himself.
Where are you at right now? Carefully when I get home, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm literally about to talk him down. Like, go at him.
That confrontation, however, never came. As with so many of their past disputes, Nova's promises of standing up to his uncle never materialized. Uncle Drew also wasn't a fan of Nova badmouthing him across every corner of the internet. Around this time, leaked texts surfaced, shared by one of Nova's most notorious trolls, a user known as Neil Dinky, who pretended to be Nova's friend while secretly leaking his texts with him. According to the messages Neil posted, the exchange began after Uncle Drew left an angry voice message for Nova. In this voice message, he demanded that his nephew stop talking about him to people who didn't even know him. The voice note, as reproduced in the leak, warned Nova to stop broadcasting accusations and badmouthing Drew online. It also included a menacing line that, in Neil's posts, was summarized as a threat to send people to Nova's house to kick his ass if the behavior continued. He went on to remind Nova that he's a creep and, in his words, sick little fairy perverted file, and threatened to turn him into the cops and have him arrested. He told him that he had had enough of his lies, presumably talking about all the trash talk Nova was unleashing upon the internet every time he had a problem with Uncle Drew. What the exchange did reveal clearly was Nova's reaction. Panicked and scrambling, he immediately messaged Neil Dinky, someone he apparently still trusted at the time, seeking help or advice. The texts read like a person in crisis, urgent, defensive, and desperate to contain the fallout. He started with, "I'm freaking out," and then went on to claim that Uncle Drew had texted him saying he wanted to have someone come over and kick his ass. Nova looked genuinely shaken, insisting it wasn't his fault that his uncle's number got leaked because he wasn't the one breaking any laws. At this point, there was never any real debate or sympathy for Nova. No one took his side. People agreed with everything Uncle Drew had said and felt his anger was entirely justified. Some even supported the idea of Drew confronting Nova more directly, seeing it as a deserved consequence for all the controversy surrounding him. This all stemmed from the earlier phone number leak that had put Uncle Drew in the line of fire. As the harassment toward him intensified, his phone reportedly was flooded with spam calls and messages, and he reached his breaking point. In response, he sent another furious message to Nova, which we'll get into later. The leaks had already painted a messy, chaotic picture of the conflict between Nova and his uncle. After this incident, Uncle Drew spoke publicly and on record about Nova in an interview with YouTuber Bloodspeth. The conversation, which quickly spread across commentary circles, offered a rare and unfiltered glimpse into how Drew truly viewed his nephew and the ongoing drama surrounding him. In this interview, however, the conversation wasn't conducted live or on camera. It happened through text. According to chat logs, Uncle Drew explained that he couldn't appear on a call due to medical reasons, so the entire exchange unfolded over written messages. While there's no absolute confirmation that it was truly Drew behind the account, several details in the conversation, especially a reference to his last message to Nova, suggested that it was likely him. Regardless of whether the identity was ever officially verified, the content of the interview itself is what caught people's attention. It offered what seemed to be Drew's unfiltered perspective on everything that had been happening. On the 21st of April 2025, Bloodspeth uploaded his video and began the text interview by asking Uncle Drew what Gabriel had been like as a child and whether he had the same temperament back then as he did as an adult. Uncle Drew responded simply with no, explaining that Gabriel had been a sheltered kid, and in his words, something of a scaredy cat who tended to keep to himself. When Bloodspeth asked what their relationship had been like during those early years, Uncle Drew said that it had actually been good for a while. He and Gabriel's grandmother were the only ones who spent consistent, meaningful time with him while he was growing up. They would garden together in the backyard, go fishing on weekends, or work on cars in the garage. Small activities that helped them bond and kept Gabriel engaged with the real world.
Knowing Nova, it very well could be. I would love for Drew to have just gotten on the phone with him and been like, "Hey, you little pervert, take that down right now." He'll be like, "All right, Uncle Jeeth, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Like, I wish that's what happened here, but I don't think it is. But if it is, I will gladly make an update video and let you guys know. While Uncle Drew was going through all this, though, again, all Nova could do was sit here and feel sorry for himself. Kind of like you see in this video coming up right here, where he talks about his depression.
Uncle Drew went on to explain that Gabriel's parents eventually bought him a computer, mostly as a way to keep him occupied so they wouldn't have to. What seemed like a harmless decision turned out to be a serious mistake. Nova, as Gabriel came to be known online, ended up spending nearly all his time on the internet.
Can't comprehend why people on the internet don't feel his pain. They don't resonate with him. And it's still just another classic example of Nova not seeing that the internet.
When Bloodspeth asked more about this, Uncle Drew agreed and revealed that whenever Gabriel's access was taken away, he would have intense fits of rage, frustration, and clear withdrawal-like symptoms that worried those around him. When Bloodspeth asked Uncle Drew if Gabriel had shown any interest in girls when he was younger, Uncle Drew said the family often teased him about it. They would joke, asking when he was going to get a girlfriend, but Gabriel was always too shy and awkward to make that kind of move. From the way Uncle Drew described him, it seemed Gabriel was never fully comfortable in social situations and often struggled to connect with people his own age.
Has he shown any interest in girls from what you've seen?
Some of us teased him wanting to know when he was going to get a girlfriend. He's awkward, shy, afraid of his own shadow.
As the text interview went on, Uncle Drew shared something that offered a clear look into Nova's mindset. He said that Gabriel once told him that it was TikTok that decided what he should do. According to Uncle Drew, Gabriel believed there was no real right or wrong anymore. Only what TikTok said was right. An unsettling idea that showed just how deeply he had become absorbed in the online world.
It's TikTok that's told him who he can be and do what he wants. There is no right or wrong, only what TikTok.
Bloodspeth asked Uncle Drew when the arguments between him and Gabriel first began. Uncle Drew replied that it started about 2.5 years ago, after he discovered that Gabriel had been lying to him.
His own words.
When did the arguments between you two start?
When I found out he was lying to me, and I...
When Bloodspeth pressed for more details about what the lie was, Uncle Drew chose not to elaborate. He said only that it was a deeply personal matter and something he preferred to keep private, suggesting that whatever happened had caused a lasting strain between them.
What was he lying to you about?
That's a private matter.
Bloodspeth asked Uncle Drew if the argument between him and Gabriel was what ultimately ruined their relationship. Uncle Drew clarified that there had never really been an argument at all. Instead, he said that it started when he confronted Gabriel about certain things he had discovered, things that, in his words, showed Gabriel had crossed a line. That confrontation marked the point when Drew decided to turn his back on him.
Understand. Did that original argument spiral your relationship downwards?
There was no argument there. It was him crossing a line. I put him on the spot over it, and it eventually led to...
Eventually, Uncle Drew revealed what had caused the fallout in the first place. Without needing much prompting, he admitted that it stemmed from Gabriel's behavior online. Gabriel had been going on TikTok, spreading lies about him, and acting like a pervert online. Those actions were, as Drew put it, the final straw. The moment he realized he could no longer keep defending or supporting Gabriel.
To me turning my back on him. It was his going on TikTok, saying false things and acting like a pervert. That was the final.
Bloodspeth then asked Uncle Drew about the TikToks he had seen of Nova. He said that Nova was sick and needed professional help. According to Drew, Nova clearly had serious issues that must be addressed before his harmful online behavior spills over into the real world, where the consequences could be far worse. He implied that the perverted actions of Nova displayed online could eventually lead to dangerous behavior in real life. He also revealed that Nova had a habit of asking inappropriate questions and had gotten kicked out of church for that, as well as costing his mother a position.
Straw.
I get it. So you have people who watch Nova's TikToks and tell you about them?
Yes. His name is Gabriel. There is no Nova.
I apologize. I know Gabriel is Nova due to him going by that name online. Have you watched his TikToks yourself?
They have been forwarded to me.
What are your thoughts on them?
He needs to be under a doctor's care.
How so?
Because he has issues, obviously. And if Hayes being a perv online, how long before he eventually acts on it?
Do you believe he'd act on those urges you think he has?
Eventually? He's already been kicked out of the church and cost my sister her position because of his inappropriate questions and his TikTok videos.
Really? Do you mind telling me more about the situation?
That's it in a nutshell.
Before Uncle Drew ended the text interview, he made a final statement when asked if he resented his nephew. He emphasized that he is not a hypocrite, and that if he ever saw anyone harming a child, he would be hard-pressed not to act, even violently, and that he had made this clear to Gabriel.
You resent him for it.
I'm not a born-again, I do not agree with hypocrites, and I don't like Gabriel the way he is. And honestly, if I ever caught anyone harming a child, I would hard pressed to not put a blank in someone for such crime.
He also revealed that some of Nova's TikTok friends had already threatened his sisters. Uncle Drew said he knew they were alarmed and they needed to be careful, calling the situation a serious mistake. After making these points, he abruptly cut off the interview, leaving the conversation unresolved, but underscoring his deep concern over both Gabriel's behavior and the potential dangers surrounding it.
I've made it clear to his TikTok friends threatening me I'm always armed, and Gabriel knows this. As far as my sisters go, they have nothing to do with him. His friends have threatened them. Big mistake.
Really? Gabriel's friends are harassing your family?
Yes. I was texted today, me okay, I'm cutting this off. I'm done.
I understand. Thank you for your time.
I'm in the hospital and have been medicated, and it's never a good thing talking to anyone under the influence. Personally, I'd cut him off and ban him from being on.
And without anyone like Uncle Drew to set him straight in real life, Nova has effectively lost the one voice that ever gave him a reality check. Drew had been a presence that, while critical and confrontational at times, offered perspective and boundaries that kept Gabriel from fully spiraling into reckless online behavior. With his uncle gone, that guidance has vanished, leaving Nova to navigate his impulses, controversies, and increasingly extreme actions on his own. And with that, the final message we alluded to earlier, which may actually suggest this was Uncle Drew, is one leaked by Neil Dinky. In the message, Drew allegedly references giving Nova's personal information to an internet cop. While the exact meaning is unclear, some speculate this could be referring to Bloodspeth, though this is unconfirmed and purely speculative. The reasoning behind this interpretation comes from earlier screenshots allegedly from Bloodspeth, which indicate that Uncle Drew initially thought Bloodspeth might be a law enforcement officer.
I started the conversation off by asking if this was Andrew.
Who wants to know? Hello. Who are you?
Hi. Sorry. I hope this finds you well. I'm a content creator who's been documenting Gabriel for some time, and I'd like to ask you for an online interview about him. I'm willing to compensate you for your time as well. He never asked for compensation after this.
Okay, and what is that exactly? And why is Gabriel involved with this? Are you a psychologist or therapist of some kind? And I'm not real big on sharing any information about anyone without their consent. I have no idea who you are or what exactly you do. For all I know, he's finally pissed off the wrong person and they're hunting him down. So, provide me with what you do, what qualifications, and I'll need his consent to talk to you, if he will talk to me.
I'm not a psychological professional. I'm an internet content creator. Nothing beyond that. And I regret to inform you that Gabriel has gotten into trouble due to him talking inappropriately to multiple girls who are not exactly of age. I can provide proof of this if you do wish to go ahead and proceed with this. The interview is what I'm referring to. Gabriel will not wish for you to talk to me because he doesn't want this to spread further. I don't want to know anything about where he lives or works or anything like that. I just like to discuss experiences with him, etc. And like I said, this is something I can compensate you for. Would you be interested?
I told him his screwing around was going to get him into trouble. Are you affiliated with law enforcement or with any legal agency?
I do have connections, but I am not planning on getting him in trouble. Don't worry. I just want to talk to you.
This is why many believe the message may have been directed at him. Adding to the ambiguity, in Drew's last known message, he mentions that his friend brought him a ticket to the judicial system, which also leaves the intent a little more uncertain. Taken together, these messages offer a rare glimpse into Drew's mindset and how he viewed the people around him, the potential threats, and the consequences he believed could follow. After Uncle Drew passed away, something very telling happened. People who had never met him in real life, who only knew him through Nova's chaotic live streams, were genuinely more upset about his death than Nova himself seemed to be. And honestly, that says a lot. To most viewers, Uncle Drew was the only reasonable adult in Nova's entire orbit. He was the one person actually trying to get Nova to take accountability, act like a functioning human being, and stop spiraling online. And of course, Nova wanted no part of that. But no matter how Nova tried to frame him, the internet saw exactly who Uncle Drew was. So when he passed, the overwhelming sentiment was that this man deserved better, and people actually posted TikToks mourning him. Here are a few that were shared in his remembrance.
Part of me feels so bad, but ooh, not that bad.
Now that we've discussed the most major parts of Nova's online lore, we'll focus on his most recent antics. Earlier this week, Nova posted a TikTok announcing a special sale to celebrate his 3rd anniversary on Cameo. In the video, he mentioned that for this anniversary only, he'll be slashing his usual Cameo price from $17 down to just $15.
Hey 18 Plus fans, as you may know, my 3rd year anniversary on Cameo is coming up, and I'm gonna do a sale. So right now, I have smart prices fluctuating on my videos. I'm going to decrease the price on Cameo on my Cameo anniversary date to just $15. That's right, the original price of my Cameos down to $15 on my Cameo anniversary date.
While delivering the announcement, he was sipping on a beer and, unsurprisingly, nearly vomited from a burp that almost turned into something much worse.
Anniversary date, October 25th.
He didn't bother re-recording the clip, which honestly seems on brand for Nova, given his history of low-effort content. But the most unsettling part, he explicitly stated that only people over 18 could request a cameo from him, which seems to be a direct response to his past controversies.
If you want like a birthday, a pep talk, a roast, or anything, you can request a cameo. Just know you gotta be 18 and over to buy one, and that's all.
That's a red flag, especially when you consider the reputation he's built online. For anyone paying attention, it's painfully clear that this is a desperate attempt to get some attention on his Cameo profile again, something that hasn't seen much circulation lately. Moreover, we've already pointed out that Nova's Cameo services are less than reliable. He's notorious for either failing to send the requested videos or sending something completely off topic and nowhere near what was promised. So this move looks like a calculated attempt to draw in customers who may have forgotten about him or lost interest. The fact that he's resorting to live streaming again, which is something he has not done consistently before and has openly said that he hates, only further supports the idea that he's struggling to make money and keep his online presence afloat. During his recent Fortnite live streams, viewers couldn't help but notice that Nova had his face cam off, which led to a flurry of questions from his audience. When asked why, he responded that he was ashamed of how he looked and mentioned that he was playing on his PS5.
On my fan base. I don't do face cam because I am on my PS5 right now. I also don't do face cam anymore because I'm insecure about my body. I should tell that to my peer support specialist.
But this explanation doesn't really add up. For one, facecams are a standard feature for most live streamers, especially those using consoles like the PS5. It's not like Nova's audience hasn't seen him on camera before, because he's been a regular fixture online, sharing everything from his bizarre content to strange, unsettling moments. The fact that he's chosen to turn off his cam now, after years of putting himself out there, feels more than just a casual decision. It raises the question, what's really behind his reluctance to show his face? While he gave his excuse about shame and the PS5, the truth likely lies deeper than what he's willing to admit. It's possible that the real reason Nova's been avoiding face cams and live streams lately isn't just about shame or his PS5 setup, but something a little more unsettling. In October 2025, during one of his TikTok live streams, viewers caught something unexpected. There was a bug crawling over Nova's vest, clearly visible on camera. Despite the insect being right there in plain sight, Nova denied it, claiming that there was no bug on him.
There's not a bug on me.
However, the footage didn't lie. The bug crawled down his vest and eventually made its way to his belt line. As much as Nova insisted there was nothing on him, viewers saw him check himself in real time, even removing his vest to check where the bug went.
I thought I heard someone at the door. Did you hear someone knock? No.
This moment was pretty revealing. It's possible that this embarrassing incident is why Nova has been so reluctant to go live or show his face lately. On live streams, he can't hide things like that, and incidents like this would just add fuel to the fire. It's one thing for him to post scripted or edited content, but live, he's stuck with what's in the frame. And the last thing he probably wants is for viewers to keep calling out things like bugs crawling on him. It's hard to ignore the fact that these uncomfortable moments might be pushing him away from live streaming altogether. While Nova's reluctance to face the camera during his streams and his possible reasons behind it raise a lot of questions, his behavior off camera is just as revealing. Take, for example, one of his recent TikTok streams, in which Nova was heard yelling about someone allegedly loitering or standing on his front porch.
Anaconda sin. Get sent to Pound Town. You watching Wizard of Oz, Mom?
Now, it's unclear if there was actually anyone out there, but Nova's reaction raised more questions than answers. Rather than calmly assessing the situation or calling the authorities if he felt genuinely concerned, Nova's first instinct was to yell out and alert whoever might have been outside. What exactly was yelling gonna accomplish? And why wasn't he taking a more responsible adult approach to the situation? It wasn't exactly the mature response you'd expect from someone who frequently presents themselves as in charge of their own life online. What followed was even more revealing. Nova's mom, who actually owns the house, showed up and scolded him for yelling late at night, urging him to be mindful of the neighbors.
Get sent to Pound Town. You watching Wizard of Oz, Mom? If anyone's on my property, get the f off of it!
Gabriel, stop yelling at that, especially like that. You don't yell like that out the door at this time of night. What about—
Her reaction was completely understandable. Yelling like that in a residential area isn't only disruptive, but could cause unnecessary alarm. Nova's only retort? A condescending, "I have a strict no trespassing policy, you know that."
I have a strict no trespassing policy, you know that.
It was as if he was brushing off his mom's perfectly reasonable concern in favor of his own inflated sense of entitlement. Later in the same stream, his mom asked him to fill up the dog's bowl, noting that he hadn't done it in days. Nova's response was dismissive and childish, telling her that the dog had enough to eat and that he'd filled the bowl yesterday.
You might want to feed Mouse.
She already has food.
Not yet.
She's already been fed.
Does Mouse have enough food in her dish?
Yes.
You haven't filled it up for a few days.
Well, she's got plenty of food. I filled it up like yesterday.
What about water?
Instead of stepping up and taking responsibility for even the smallest tasks in his own home, Nova simply deflected and returned to chatting with viewers about irrelevant things like sending someone to Pound Town.
That's fine. Time to send someone to Pound Town.
Huh?
Talking to chat.
Well, you don't need to make random comments like that.
This moment highlighted just how deeply disrespectful his behavior toward his mom has become, refusing to take any responsibility for his actions, belittling her, and disregarding basic household chores. It's not just a poor way to treat anyone, let alone a family member. His behavior reeks of entitlement, laziness, and a lack of maturity. But these latest revelations about Nova's behavior are hardly the most shocking. In fact, all of the incidents we've mentioned so far, the live streams, the face cam avoidance, and his dismissive attitude toward his mom, are just part of a much larger pattern of behavior. What truly raised eyebrows, though, is something that caught everyone completely off guard. Nova claiming to have a girlfriend.
My girlfriend just texted me, says she missed.
During one of his recent TikTok live streams, while coughing and sounding visibly unwell, Nova casually mentioned that his girlfriend had just texted him, saying she missed him. This threw viewers for a loop. After all, it's hard to imagine who would willingly choose to date someone like Nova, given his sketchy history and bizarre online persona. There are two possibilities here. Either she's as mentally unwell as he is, or more likely he's fabricating the whole relationship to make himself seem more appealing to his dwindling audience. But this wasn't just a passing comment. He brought her up again in the same live stream. When a fan asked how his girlfriend was doing, Nova responded with, "She's doing good."
There's supposed to be another machine.
As the conversation progressed, he revealed that he's in a long-distance relationship.
Girlfriend's doing good. Although it's a long-distance relationship, we still love each other.
What makes this revelation even more troubling is what Nova mentioned earlier in the stream. He was receiving messages from fans on Google Meets.
No, how about you get a job? Oh, and there's one of my fans texting me on Google Meets.
This leads us to a disturbing thought. Could his girlfriend be a fan who turned into something more? And if that's the case, it's a pretty twisted dynamic, considering Nova's history of inappropriate online behavior. What makes the situation even more concerning is that his girlfriend might be underage. Given Nova's previous interactions with minors, it's hard to completely rule this out. His behavior in the past has raised red flags about his interactions with young fans, and the idea that his girlfriend might be one of them only compounds the discomfort surrounding this whole situation. What's especially troubling, though, is the fact that Nova felt the need to clarify that his girlfriend is of age.
And she's of age.
The fact that he preemptively addressed this as if he expected accusations or concerns about the legitimacy of his relationship is telling. It suggests that even he recognizes how questionable his past behavior has been, yet he still doesn't seem to understand the deeper issues surrounding his interactions with people online. At the end of the day, whether his girlfriend exists or not, the entire situation feels off. The fact that Nova feels the need to make these kinds of clarifications only highlights how little self-awareness he has. His actions continue to raise red flags, and this so-called relationship adds yet another layer of concern to his already troubling online presence. And with that, we've officially gone through the entire Nova online lore, from the beginning to the chaos to the absolute train wreck we're currently witnessing. But let's be honest, this probably is not the end. If history tells us anything, it's that Nova will absolutely find a new way to crash out publicly. So brace yourselves for more meltdowns, more leaked discords, and definitely more I hate my life trauma dumps broadcasted to a live audience of strangers. At this point, the only thing we can hope for is that someone in his real life steps in and removes his Wi-Fi router. Maybe even hides the Ethernet cables while they're at it. Because if there's one thing the internet does not need, it's Nova launching Server Season 4. Anyway, tell us what you think in the comments below. And don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel.